Okay. Hello. Okay. If you get logged into Roll20, I have a couple things to show you for tonight's session.
The button is pressed. I'm in. I'm jacked in.
You're jacked into Roll20.
Yeah, the boat's at a different angle.
There is additional precision for a couple maps here. If you were merely abstracted to being on the Sparrow, now you are literally on Sparrow for this sequence. This affects Grint, Tierney, and Eden. Mm-hmm. Feel free to move yourselves on the screen to correspond to where you saw yourself before this session cut. Or where you are right now is also fine. Uh-huh. And for those of you that were on the road toward Don Gleam's Bazaar, this map has been changed ever so slightly, simply to give you a little bit more space behind you. You maintain the same distance from the brigands, this band of people who has demanded something from you, but the overall structure of the situation remains the same. Does everyone see what's been adjusted? Falmari, hey. Hey!
I cannot tell the difference, but I can see what I see.
Yes. It's wonderful to hear that you can't tell the difference. That's good. Okay. Let's make sure everyone's ready. Is everyone ready to go? Is everyone ready to start?
Yeah.
Okay. You find yourselves in the country of Cormyr. It is 11 p.m. on April 9th. The moon is high in the sky. Sparrow is docked in the pier. Alan Vaughn and Ian Kalis ventured forth to the Don Gleam Bazaar, whose dim lights still radiate merely hundreds of feet away on the near side of town. Tierney Fang, Grin Cromwell, and Eden Cather, you are on the deck of Sparrow. The water catches bits of moonlight, and the cool spring night air reminds you why Cormyr's southern coast has been a destination for the well-landed for many centuries. Could everybody roll initiative? Let's go. I have to roll some initiatives as well. Let's look at this. Okay.
I got a 7.
Okay. I have Ian Cather with a 7.
You got a 15.
I have Ian Kalis with a 15.
I have a gentleman's 6.
I have a 3.
Tierney Fang with a 6. And Alan Vaughn with a 3. Green Cromwell.
So in real life dice.
4.
Mr. Ian Kalis. You are here. You find yourself face to face with a bard attempting to shake you down. Would you prefer more in-depth descriptions of this band of brigands, or do you have any questions about the area around you before you take your turn?
Yeah, because I'm not sure if you did it last time. If you want to describe the other brigands.
I don't think that I did. To your left, in front of the house, you see a man wearing plate armor, and he has a club. Directly in front of you is the man that was playing the lute and singing to you. He's wearing gray burlap clothes as if to appear shabby. In the back, you see a man with a single dagger wearing dark studded leather armor. And to your right, you see a man with chainmail and a two-handed maul.
Pretty well armed for robbers. All right. Well, Ian's gonna say to Alan, I'm not afraid to swallow my pride. I'll run for help. You want to run for help? We should run for help.
I don't typically run, but if you're feeling that that's the best situation, I guess I would run with you.
I'm gonna go a bit and yell. At least if you want to fight, I'll help. But I'm gonna yell.
Yeah, you go ahead and yell.
First, I want to cast Mage Armor on myself.
You use your action to cast Mage Armor.
Mm-hmm. Just tick that off real quick, and then Ian is going to back off.
Do you disengage out?
Oh, I don't think I doesn't that take? Because I'm not a rogue. Doesn't that take like my action to do?
It
Or is
takes
that a
your
bonus.
It takes your bonus action.
Sure, I'll use this. Yeah, absolutely. I just assumed I was going to get swung at anyway. Ian's going to move away and then yell towards the boat. Little help!
How close are they to the boat?
They are perhaps 50 feet down an abstracted path here. Ian's voice carries through the night. You can hear him. He's not terribly far away. If you're on the boat, his voice comes across through the stone that encircles the pier. It's very clear. You know what it is. You know it's Ian, and you know he's calling for help. It's still your turn, Ian.
I think I've probably casted, moved, and yelled. I've probably done enough.
I would agree. On the left here, our cleric goes. Two, three, four, five. He casts Bless as a second level spell, targeting everyone in his brigantine band. The bard goes. He disengages and casts Sleep on Alan.
I would get opportunity attack, wouldn't I?
He's disengaging.
Oh, disengaged. Yes. Yeah. You're right.
He casts Sleep, which I'm going to roll the hit points for. 5d8.
Too bad I didn't play Calaster.
He can target 42 HP worth of entities. So he can't target Ian, but he can target Alan. Alan, you fall unconscious until either the spell ends in 1 minute or you take damage.
Well,
The fighter goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He readies his maul with both hands. Next up, I have Eden Cather on the boat.
Yeah, so Eden, hearing the scream from his greatest bro, Ian, is obviously going to make ready to go and help them. But he'll also turn to the others and be like, What do you think that is? You just got off the boat.
It is about par for the course.
Par for the course for what?
It's a lawless town. Let's get up there and help.
Okay. Alright, movement. So he'll cast Shillalog first, as his bonus action.
You cast Shillelagh, causing a spectral club to appear in your hand. Is that right? You do so. Do you disembark?
Yes. He's in that process.
Moving from this screen to the next requires one full movement.
He will do that. Is that with or without dash?
That is you taking your turn, so it includes dash. So once you get to the top of the screen, it is then one turn to appear on the next screen. So make sure you're deliberate with your movement. I think you moved, let's see. I think you moved 25 feet, so you still have 5 feet of move. It remains your turn.
Okay, and then he'll dash to continue closing the distance, so...
Shillelagh's a bonus action, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could make it actually to exactly where Grint is pointing right now.
Wait, you guys can see that?
I can. Yeah, it always defaults to hide, but... sorry, defaults to show. That
I
spot
specifically
right
selected
there.
hide.
You have disadvantage on stealth.
I think right about there.
That was a good one. Anything else for your turn, Eden? Tyranny Fang, it becomes your turn.
I would like to take a move of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Tyranny,
Yeah.
something happens.
What happens?
The moment you step your foot here on Cormyrean soil, you notice something. The jewel of your necklace seemed to brighten for just a moment at the bottom periphery of your vision. Craning your neck to look down, you see that here in the night, it is glowing, a soft ruby color that pleasantly illuminates the air around it. The light is dim, and it illuminates just a bit of your circulatory system. The shadow of your veins is illuminated for just a moment. It's as if you were being held up to a great red lantern. Suddenly, your necklace tightens, and you choke. The mithril band around your neck instantly presses against important arteries, and your brain enters primal fear instantly. Your vision swims crimson as your necklace strangles you. Save versus Constitution.
Michael, I'm immune to magic sleep.
17.
You double over, barely staying on your feet, crumpling forward upright for just a moment before you topple to the ground. Tyranny, you try to take a breath, but your diaphragm cannot expand with your throat closed. Your mouth opens, but you cannot even muster a wheeze. Take 3 crushing damage. For a moment, a contemplative, disconnected part of your brain is able to create a thought. You wonder how long it takes before someone chokes to death. The thought slips from you as the oxygen supply to that part of your brain that can think wavers. It's your turn, Tyranny.
I would like to cast the level 1 spell Grease on my neck.
Your body does not cooperate. Your arms attempt to move, but you have almost no motor control. As you open your mouth to attempt to vocalize, you can merely paw at your face.
I would like to do this. I would like to try again. But since I cannot speak, I would like to try and use Subtle Spell to try and eliminate the verbal component.
You attempt to cast Grease. Roll intelligence. Are you able to think right now, to even fathom the concept of casting spells?
My will is good. I roll a natural 20, which ends up being a 27.
Your neck becomes greasy and oily, as if by instinct your desiccated tongue flaps within your dry oral cavity as you attempt to vocalize anyway. Your skin becomes oily. You
I'll grab at it.
at it.
Yeah, try and get a little bit of leverage between it and my neck.
Your fingers cannot even slip between the mithril chain and your skin. Your finger cuts into your own neck as you try. Your turn ends. Eden and Grint, you see Tierney fall to the ground and grasp at his own neck. Grint, it becomes your turn.
So when he cast the grease spell, what did that look like exactly?
Grease appeared from his fingers, thick yellow tallow, and he pointed it almost like a spray at his neck. It landed and became this oily sheen on his body. It did in fact lubricate it, but the mithril chain is too tight.
Grant would have definitely saw all that. Let's see if I can just waddle up to him with my movement. I can. All right. Okay. Grant arrives and he sees Eden like clawing, or I'm sorry, he sees
Tierney.
Tyranny. Jeez Louise. He sees Tyranny clawing at his throat. What does this necklace look like exactly?
Looks like this.
Gotcha. But it's currently constricting, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so it would be like...
Can Grint see any way to like loosen the necklace or a clasp?
This chain has no clasp.
That's okay. It'll probably have been covered in grease anyways.
Eden calls over like, "Can you rip it off?"
He's gonna look at Tyranny and go, "Should I rip it off?"
I do not hear anybody else.
Huh.
You ask a man who is choking a question.
Just rip it off. He's dying.
Grint will try and remove the necklace.
How?
Indeed. With his hands, just like he's gonna try and grab at it. I honestly don't know what to tell you. Like I tell you what, I know how. He's gonna grab the pendant and yank on it.
Please
Try
don't
to
cut
just-
my head off.
I mean,
You do so. You grab the pendant and pull. The solid mithril chain doesn't budge. You merely pull it into Tierney's throat.
and so having seen this thing before, does it usually fit loosely around his neck?
Yes.
Okay. I knew someone was gonna do it. I can break these cuffs. Grant was the worst person to try and handle this. He's got these sausage fingers. Grant is just gonna say, well, maybe there's someone in town who can help. That's all he's got. He's gonna pick Tyranny up and start carrying him into town.
How much does Tierney weigh?
How much indeed?
Tyranny weighs 155 pounds.
You can carry him, Grint, but it would require both arms. Do you throw him over your shoulder? Do you cradle him?
Yeah,
How
over
do you...
the shoulder is how Grant usually carries things.
You're able to do so, but you move at half speed.
Yeah.
Aiden would be like, just bring him over here. Maybe I can try something.
8.
Your turn ends, Grant. Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn, where you are supernaturally resistant to magical sleep, and the effects of this bard's sleep spell do not inhibit you.
No, they don't. I'm gonna cast Spike Growth in between. Actually, I'm going to take a step back for once. Okay, so I'm gonna walk back towards Ian. And then I'm gonna cast Spike Growth.
You would provoke an attack of opportunity.
That's fine.
Okay, one moment. What's your AC?
11.
As you withdraw backward, the cleric opportunistically swings at you with his carved wooden club. It strikes you in the ribs, doing 3 crushing damage. All
right.
It remains your turn.
So I cast Spike Growth. I'm trying to ping, but it's not letting me, so...
It's a 20-foot radius. Are you targeting it? I see where you're targeting. Let me know what you finalize.
So that it ends here. So 20, 40. So it'd be like this long in that range. So I think that it would hit.
It would.
Yeah, it would hit everybody except for the guy in the back.
It wouldn't hit the fighter in the lower right if you centered it there, because it's a circle, and it's not gonna. It's a circle, not a square.
Got it. Yeah. You're right. Okay. Well, it hits those two.
Okay.
So yeah.
You cast Spike Growth. What does that look like? How do you imagine this difficult terrain? What does it resemble?
So I would say that it starts from where I'm at and shoots outward. So if you think of like spikes coming out of the ground, I would say that they're like tree branches, and they just all start shooting out, cascading, one in front of the other.
Natural growth cascades from the ground, from the point you stand, causing this area to be difficult to pass through. Go ahead.
I was going to say also, any time anyone passes through, they take 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet they travel.
It remains your turn.
I'm just going to put my back against Ian's so that we have the dog, sorry. So that we have the kind of everywhere covered.
You stand back to back with Ian Kalis, attempting to create a bulwark against people coming up behind you. Anything else for your turn?
Nope, that's it. That's it for me.
The rogue goes. 4, 5, 6. He chooses to maneuver around the spike growth terrain. 3, 2, 3. Using the dash action so that he uses his entire turn to move. He fingers his dagger in his left hand, advancing quickly toward both of you. Back at the top of the initiative order, Ian Kalis.
I want to move further away, but then it ruins the sweet back-to-back thing. Let me check one thing. Okay. I want to cast... I want to cast Reduce
Reduce.
on 2 people by using Twin Spell. And I want to
Or you
cast it
could have
on...
made us big.
Yeah, but I don't think Ian would be very good at swinging a mace, I guess is what he has.
Same. It's okay. It's okay. I'm
But
just
he's going to shrink the 2 martial ones.
Okay. So this is concentration, and until the spell ends, they are half the size. They have disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. And while their weapons are small, their attacks deal 1d4 less damage. Is that correct? You shrink them down. You cause this cleric and this rogue to become terribly diminutive. They are both at waist height now, and they look at their newly diminutized weapons with great frustration. It remains your turn.
There's a save. If they're unwilling, it's a Constitution saving throw.
Got it. What's your spell DC? 15?
14.
They both fail.
Nice. All right,
they're
Ian's
very
gonna
small.
little lads now. Ian's gonna call out. You should give up now. We've got so much backup on the way. They'll be here any second.
The bard, who is still a perfectly normal size, strums his lute and says, "Your backup seems unlikely."
Your ability to run quick at me seems unlikely.
Anything else for your turn, Ian?
No.
The cleric goes. He casts Guiding Bolt on Ian. What's your AC?
Let's see. With mage armor, it's 13 plus dex, so it's going to be 15.
He misses. The cleric casts a ball of pure radiant energy. It flies through the night sky, illuminating the path at which it travels, but it harmlessly flies over your shoulder. He uses his
dice game, Ian's
movements
feeling lucky.
to close the distance. You have a sense, as this radiant orb flies past you, that you are indeed rather lucky, that it did not impact somewhere dear to your heart. The cleric ends his turn. The bard is in the midst of the wild growth.
How many feet did he move?
He strums. He hasn't moved yet. He strums his lute as he considers his next move.
Wait, wasn't he like up here?
The bard has not...
the cleric moved. Was the cleric in it too?
I don't know. Whoever this guy is right here, he moved.
Yeah, the cleric on the left.
He
Yeah,
did.
he's about to get dead.
The bard is still thinking.
Okay.
The bard targets Shatter. Between the two of you and the rogue to the right. Was the previous discussion regarding did the cleric move through spike growth? I think he did. We should really have an overlay of this. I think he moved through probably 2 squares of it.
Where was he at? Because I moved back like
He
3 or 4
was-
squares.
he was
and he
t-
was in front of me.
He was 10 feet north of where he is now. So I'll roll 2d4 piercing damage. So he took... He took 8 damage as he traveled. The wild growth cuts up his legs. The branches slice through his under-armored legs. The bard casts Shatter. Alan and Ian, can you make a con save? Can you save versus Constitution?
I cannot save anything.
I got a 16.
I got a nat 1, so
Understood. Alan, you take 14 damage. Thunder damage. This is a painful ringing sensation. It causes your eardrums to violently vibrate.
good thing I got some support on my back.
Alan, oh, sorry, Ian, you take 7. You cover your ears. The bard ends his turn. The fighter, diminutized. Actually, you are concentrating, so you need to make a concentration save for your shrink.
Okay. And I have Warcaster, so I think I have advantage on it, right? 23 is my highest.
You are able to not just cover your ears to mitigate the damage of the shatter, but you also maintain concentration, keeping your focus on the spell to keep the two martial opponents small as the combat moves on. The fighter goes. He approaches. 1, 2, 3, 4. He takes his maul overhead and attempts to swing it down on you, Ian. What is your AC?
15.
He misses. The giant iron maul cleaves nothing but air, and it lands with a dull thud in the earth. Eden Cather, we find you back by the Sparrow. Where are we? Where are we? There we are.
Okay, so he'll hurry back towards Grint. And then he'll use the cantrip Shape Water. So what he's trying to do is pull droplets of water out of the sea that they're surrounded by, direct them towards the chain, and then let me see. I don't know if can I have 2 effects.
What would the second effect be?
Freeze it.
Salt water is difficult to freeze.
That's true. You would have to concentrate very hard. So this might be a 2 action state.
Tierney gurgles at your feet as you look into the sea. His eyes are fixed directly ahead.
So as he's doing this thing, like pulling droplets of water, he's talking to Grint at the same time. Like, did you see what happened? Like, did somebody attack us or no?
Nay, he just fell.
Can he make an would it be Arcana? Would he know to do Arcana? A check on the necklace to see if he can figure out what's happening? Some sort of investigation roll?
I think Arcana is perfectly reasonable. You approach this as after Grint explains to you that nothing orthodox happened here, no, there was no attack, you can reasonably infer that magic could be afoot.
Okay. That's a 6.
You are able to grasp that Tierney's necklace is magical. It remains your turn, Eden.
Okay, so there's probably if this is a magical artifact, whatever this is, there's probably some sort of curse that got triggered. Do you have any idea what could have triggered it to begin with? Like, did you see when it happened? Did he do something? Did he say something?
Nope.
Let's focus.
We should go ask
I'll steal myself.
Ian or Alan.
Okay.
All right, they're busy being in trouble somewhere else. Did he stepped off the boat? Do you think the boat cursed him?
I hope not.
Let's just bring him back on the boat.
What? Why?
Because that's exactly the moment where it started. Like, he's right in front of the boat, right?
Could be a coincidence.
Well, either way, we should scream to have Ian come back towards us. And, it's just 5 steps back. Just pull him back towards the boat. Let's see what happens.
You want to take him to the boat? Okay, I'll go get Ian.
Okay.
As you make your next moves, it becomes your turn, Tierney. Tierney Fang, you cannot breathe. Your body compensates within seconds. Your mucous membranes summon water. Your pupils expand. With all your strength, you attempt to breathe again as your necklace closes around your precious narrow throat. Save versus strength.
$16.
You gurgle. Spittles of white froth emit from your open mouth. Panic sets in. You try to take a breath and nothing happens. Take 5 crushing damage. Your stomach gurgles and cramps. Your turn ends. Grint Grommel.
Yeah.
It becomes your turn.
Yeah, Grint feels like this is some kind of magical chicanery that he cannot deal with. He knows that Ian and Alan are very magically inclined. His thought process is go get one of them.
Well, you're going to do it faster without him on your back. So.
Right. So, I assume that Eden would have taken Tierney to take him back to the boat, right?
Yeah, he'll accept him.
Okay, so Grint will dash ahead to the next panel then, or the next area, trying to find them.
You drop to a full sprint, running north into the city to try to find your party. Go ahead and place yourself at the top of this, and you will spend 1 turn dashing and running to find your party.
Gotcha.
Back here on the road, Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn.
Ian, I don't turn my body towards you, but I turn my head towards you. Ian, I think we're a bit ill-equipped for this.
I'd say so.
Our friends are taking a little long.
I definitely would say so.
I need you to take this. And I grab a vessel off of my waist and I backhand it to you. I need you to take it. But I'm going to keep holding it as you grab it, and I'm going to use... I'm going to use my genie's vessel, and I am going to replace myself into the bottle temporarily. Before I do that, I'm going to tell you to run.
Okay.
Run to the ship. Do you take it?
Sure.
All right, that's what I do. that's the end of my turn.
You do so, becoming incorporeal and entering a small vessel that contains your entire essence. Ian Kalis, you feel rather alone.
Well, I'm gonna do something cool with an item too. Then I'm gonna.
Are you going to come in with me?
Hold on one second. The rogue goes between the two of you.
Oh shit! Okay.
The rogue seems mystified and tosses his knife up in the air, seeming to consider where one of his quarries went. Undeterred, he approaches, catching his knife and advancing on you, Ian. What's your AC, Ian?
15.
He attacks twice. He tries to stab you in the guts, but your mage armor catches the blade. The second time, he pulls the blade back, and this time it cuts right through the spectral chains that are protecting your chest. Your ribs stop at this time. Take 4 damage. And it becomes your turn at the top of the order.
All right. Ian's gonna pull out the Onyx Knight that they found and use it to teleport 10 feet south and 5 feet either way to get out of the melee range and then just take off running.
You do so. What's your movement?
30 feet.
You take off running. We will revisit you momentarily. Do you run south or north? South.
Yeah,
I'm
back
assuming?
towards the boat. Yeah.
Makes sense. We will revisit you momentarily.
Oh, I need to roll.
You need to roll. What are you rolling for?
Constitution saving throw, right? For concentration?
For concentration because you got stabbed. Yes.
17.
You do so. You are off this map. The cleric, bard, fighter, and rogue chase after you. You have a 10-foot lead on them, and they spend their turns chasing after you. Back at the ship. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
All right. He takes Tyranny and he starts to drag him back onto the ship.
What's Eden's strength?
-1.
Make a strength check.
10.
You are unable to pick Tierney up. You could drag him.
He will drag, like hook under the arms so that only his legs are dragging.
You do so, and you are able to drag him at 1/2 move. Do you take him to the deck of the ship? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
You're able to get him just on board. His body still seems lifeless. He gurgles and his eyes look upward into nothing. It remains your turn.
All right. So Eden still has the droplets of water. Is he able to? Does he have enough time to like freeze them on this turn?
Certainly. You can shape this frozen salt water into something. What would you like it to be?
So it's the pendant is on like. Is it solid mithril or is it chains of mithril, like a chain link?
It's a solid cord of mithril, like a torque.
Gotcha.
And currently it is cutting into Tierney's neck. You can see the
Yeah.
veins and arteries desperately pumping against this thing.
So I think the idea would be to try to surround the cord with the salt water, not penetrating too deeply into Tierney's skin, but then freeze that in place to see if he can cause the metal to shatter or break or bend or something that will try to help him get some air.
You do so. You freeze salt water in a ring shape, attempting to thermally shock this mithril into cracking, potentially, or somehow disrupting the metal around his neck. The frozen salt water has little effect on the mithril, which is thermally stable. It remains your turn. Anything else? Journey. It becomes your turn.
I have no autonomy, so tell me what happens to me.
You are unable to think. Your brain, starved of oxygen, sends desperate signals. Your torso writhes, your stomach lurches again, and you vomit. Acidic fluid surges up your esophagus, but your necklace, still tight, holds it low and foul in your throat. You are choking to death. Take 7 crushing damage. Your eyes swell as tears flow freely through them. Your mouth is bone dry. Your head feels swollen as higher cognition becomes impossible. You feel your limbs seize. Your right arm goes rigid, stabbing up toward the moon with a sickening crack as your muscles tense. You are conscious, but you feel no pain. Your turn ends. Grint Grommel, you are running down the path here at night in dawn gleam, and you see something. You see Ian Kalis running towards you with people in tow, following closely behind him. It becomes your turn.
Okay. So have I arrived? Where is Grint right now?
You are on a path in Dawngleam on the Neck in Cormyr. This path connects the piers to the southern city square where there is a bazaar and an inn. Along this path there are a number of houses, and as you get closer to the water, you can see the mast of your ship here in the harbor, and you can see Ian running south. There are people chasing him. He will arrive
so
soon.
Ian's coming to me.
Ian's coming to you.
Grint finds this agreeable. Is it possible to, how do you say, wait your turn? You know what I mean?
Yes. You can.
Yeah.
We can delay your turn. We can.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, we will revisit you at the bottom of the initial order.
I like that.
Next, Alan Vaughn. You are somewhere distant, ethereal. Your soul, your mind, perhaps your body is held within a small lamp currently being pulled down the road by Ian Kalis.
It's less of a lamp. I sent you a picture of what I expect that it would be. Yeah, I'm chillaxing. I'm hoping that Ian can get us to safety, and I will reemerge as a bonus action eventually. Not real sure how this one works yet.
You also essentially hold your action. We're now at the bottom of the initiative order. Grint, here's how this happens. You are here.
So
The scuffle occurs on the docks. If you give me one moment, let's populate this.
gotcha.
Ian, Grint, do you see where you are?
Yep.
Just behind you, coming north, arriving very quickly, is a band of brigands. Grint, it's your turn. Here at the bottom of the order.
Okay, so Grint turns to Ian and he says, "Something happened to Tierney. Something magical. Wait, where's Alan?"
But she's here. These fuckers are trying to stab me for gold. I don't even have any gold.
Grint looks at Ian. He goes, "Bandits."
Yeah.
Ian sees something he hasn't seen before. It's terrible. It's awful. Grint starts smiling. He goes, "You go back to the ship."
God, sounds great.
Okay. Grint's going to cast Shield of Faith on himself.
Raising your AC by 2.
Quite right.
Also, at the bottom of the initiative order here, delaying their action, Alan Vaughn, do you choose to reappear?
I do not choose to reappear, but I do know what I would like to do if possible.
Let's hear it.
So, with having faith in Ian temporarily, she thinks maybe she should rely on somebody a little more godly. And she takes hold of her phalange bone that she keeps around her neck. And she prays to her almighty Reginald.
Okay. Roll D4.
I wouldn't say pray. Okay, I wouldn't say pray. I wouldn't say pray, but she talks to
You
him.
contact your warlock patron. You reach out through the ether for a greater power.
I was hoping for a 4, but it was a 1.
Why don't you read off what a 1 is?
Sure. So, within you lingers a bit of the negotiating power of Radajax. You can cast Detect Evil and Good once until your next long rest. You cast this as if you had Subtle Spell Metamagic ability. The spell has no verbal or somatic components.
You squeeze the finger bone of your warlock patron around your neck. You sense something distant somewhere, as if he wants to help you, but potentially in a rather subtle way. It remains your turn, and you can cast Detect Evil and Good once until your next long rest.
Got it. I'll be like, thanks, Reg. And then I'm going to just end my turn there.
At the top of the initiative order, Ian Kalis. Actually, at the top of the initiative order, our party arrives so that you can orient yourself. Ian Kalis, it becomes your turn, tight on your heels, as you see 4 familiar faces round the corner. If you choose to move here, you do not attack you do not provoke an attack of opportunity from that fighter who merely just arrived.
Oh, yeah. Ian's going to keep running up the ship plank. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think that's about where I can get.
You see something. You see Tierney lying down on the deck and Eden sculpting frozen seawater around his neck. It remains your turn.
Are you choking him?
No, he is choking
good
due
question.
to this magical necklace that he's wearing. I may need you to do something with water if you follow my instructions.
What? Okay. Hold on. Can I do an Arcana check?
You can.
I got an 18. And if I can specify what I'm trying to figure out, if
Please.
it matters.
Oh, does it matter? Yeah.
I want to know if if either the chain changed sizes, or if Tyranny changed sizes, would the chain follow suit? Like if I casted Reduce on Tyranny or Enlarge on the chain, would it just instantly again, or?
You attempt to discern whether or not interfacing with the sizes involved in this may help. As you look at the chain cutting into his neck, you have concerns that abruptly changing the size of any of these things could be fatal.
What was your idea?
Okay, we're just gonna take a pen, we're gonna stab it into his throat below his Adam's apple to create a hole with which he can breathe through to buy him some time while we figure out some other things.
I don't know if I'm the one to ask for that.
No, all I need you to do, like, either shape water into a tube or freeze it. I can only do one at a time. I need you to do the other step.
Holy shit.
Just don't think of it. Just do it. It'll be okay. Just do it.
You're gonna do a medieval tracheotomy.
I love
Yes.
it. I love this.
I'm proud.
Okay. Let's see.
I think your
I'm
combat
sorry,
momentum is mostly expired from the movements, the Arcana check. I think you can get to Tyranny, but that's about the limit of your turn.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm done then.
You have something, Grint. A worthy opponent. As this cleric advances on you.
I even made 2 of them the right size for you.
That's really funny.
I was gonna get to that.
The cleric sizes you up and swings down at you with his club. What's your AC, Grant? With
19.
Armor of Faith. 19. He misses, swinging through air.
I can use a reaction to repost him. I'll do that.
When he swings with his club, you easily defeat his momentum, pushing back and striking toward him.
I have to see how this ability works. 1 second.
Please do.
Sorry, I usually have this open, but I can't seem to find it.
You're looking for the rules on Riposte.
Okay, here we go.
So it's just a melee attack. So you just return once per round.
Okay,
as
yeah,
part of
and
your battle map.
I wasn't sure if the superiority die gets added to the attack or the damage. That's what I didn't know. And it looks like it's added to the damage. Okay, here we go. So I just need to do an attack roll.
Correct.
$19 on the roll. Attack.
This is a human man. He's 6 feet tall. He's wearing plate mail. Where do you stab him?
In the gut. Yeah. Grant would go for the gut.
You do so. Your sword easily penetrates his armor. It seems that in flexible places on his plate mail, it isn't plate, but rather chain, and your sword easily defeats it. How much damage do you do?
Let's find out. Okay, so we start with 13 and then 21 damage to the gut.
You rip open his viscera, inflicting massive damage. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
All right. Well, we are about to start this surgical procedure to try to save Tyranny. So Eden has a pocket knife, and he would mutter something like, "If we had time, I would sterilize this. We don't. All right. Okay." And he will take a moment, and then can I roll a medicine check?
I would say this is medicine.
Will be proficient.
15.
You take a pocket knife and attempt to cut into Tierney's throat to relieve the pressure within. The tip of your blade rests on the thin cartilage of his throat. You pause for a moment. Do you press?
I think he will shape the tube first before he makes that puncture.
Shape the what? Shape the tube? So you are shaping water.
Yes. And Ian's supposed to freeze it.
You do so. You hold a cylinder of salt water slightly moving and turning in the air as you hold your pocket knife, the point of your knife to the cartilage of Tierney's throat. It remains your turn.
Okay, Ian, I just need you to freeze this, and then I'm going to puncture it, and then place it in, and then he should be able to breathe.
Okay.
As you prepare to do this, Tierney, it becomes your turn. In an instant, your necklace loosens. Vomit churns in your throat, and you cough up a foul mixture of something yellow and acidic, streaked with fresh red blood. You can breathe again, but your chest aches. It's your turn.
Does the vomit come out dribbly-like or aggressive-like?
Aggressive and horrible.
I vomit on the person trying to cut my throat.
Absolutely.
You do so.
I'm going to desperately grasp at the mithril chain around my neck and
so.
feel for its position.
It is greasy and disgusting, and there is water and vomit streaked on your body. You can grasp it, and there's perhaps 2 inches of slack between the chain and your neck. You can feel a little rut in your neck where it had pushed the flesh in. It still hurts.
I am lying on the ground. What do I see? I see the face of Ian, who I've just vomited upon.
Eden.
Eden. And Ian. I probably got a little bit of bits on him.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see anything else? I'm going to slowly raise my gaze and try and take a collection of my wits, figure out where I am in all of Faerun, let alone this continent.
Your vision swims. You see the sea at night. You see, in the distance, lit by torchlight, the sounds and sight of battle. You see someone you know, Great Grommel, fighting numerous enemies.
I'm going to try and get myself up.
Roll Constitution.
Is this considered a saving throw?
No.
13.
You get to your feet.
I'm going to cast Prestidigitation and clean myself off before I run into battle.
You do so.
I feel like shit.
You look
Grant
like
me
shit.
this one solace. And that'll be what I do.
You prestidigitate a small spectral cloth to wipe this foulness from your body. You're not quite brave enough to allow it inside your mouth to clean out your throat, and the taste lingers. Grinch Cromwell, it becomes your turn.
So the one thing that Grint notices is that two of these dudes are like...
Yes, they're scaled a bit down. It's very peculiar.
Grint's like, oh, that's just fucked. Y'all are recruiting kids now. Does anyone say anything?
They look extremely angry with you for saying this. You get the impression that chasing after Ian probably tired out their tiny little legs, and Reduce really crippled the combat effectiveness of their shakedown.
Grint just goes, fuck it. He's going to shove the fighter to the ground.
Grapple him.
Not quite. No, this is a shove attack.
Oh, you're doing a shove attack. Okay.
Yeah. My question is, does he have disadvantage on this because he's small?
Reduce gives him
He's
disadvantage on strength checks.
Oh,
Yes.
and that's an athletics check, so it's his athletics versus mine disadvantage.
Okay. One moment.
I got a 14.
He got a 3.
Nice.
So he is knocked prone.
You shove the fighter. His armor makes a metallic sound as he lands on the flagstones.
Awesome. I'm going to use War Priest to use my bonus action to attack him while he's down.
You do so at advantage. He is prone on the ground.
$14.
14 misses.
Okay. I'm going to action surge and attack him again.
You action surge and attack him again.
Natural 20.
He is on the ground, and you have no problem landing your blow exactly where you want to. Where do you hit him?
Grint's fighting style is not about artistry. Grint stabs down. That's it.
You stab directly downward, finding his sternum. Roll damage.
So it's just double the dice, right?
Correct. So for you, this is 2d8 plus 2, I believe.
2d10. And one of those was a 2, so I'm going to reroll that since I have the Weapon Master thing. And it's still a 2. So a grand total of 9.
You stab him in the sternum. His armor blunts much of the momentum of your attack, but he gasps as you penetrate one of his lungs. Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn. As you float somewhere distant, incorporeal, you're not sure exactly what plane you're on or where you are, but you feel no discomfort.
What can I see?
You open your eyes and see a soft gray mist. It reminds you of pictures of Avernus that you've seen.
I feel at peace and realize that my friends probably don't. I'm going to use a bonus action to release myself from my capsule.
You do so. One moment. Steal this Alan. Let's get back to the ship. Let's relinquish our Alan. You suddenly appear, using your bonus action, next to Ian Kalis. Suddenly, you're on the Prime.
Oh,
I immediately have fighting stance because I'm not sure where I'm going to be at.
So much for having trust in Ian.
I thought I was going to have to uncork it or something.
Thanks, Ian. I put my faith in you, and it was well placed.
Well, thank you.
Can I have my capsule back now?
Please take it.
Thank you. I reattach it to my belt loop. I would say that it has some sort of ring or chain on it so that I can keep it within arm's reach easily.
Makes sense. Sounds practical. You have this thing. Anything else Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move to get onto the boat. I'm gonna look around. I'll see Grint's fighting them off. I have faith in Grint that he can handle that. I'm more utility. I'm just utility. Yeah, mostly utility. So I'm gonna go on the boat. I'll go say hi to Eden. That's it.
Eden's covered in vomit.
Wow, you smell foul. And then I move away from Eden.
The enemy rogue goes. He just watched as you pushed his friend over and stabbed him in the chest. Roll Intimidate, please, Grint.
Don't mind if I do. Five.
The rogue steels himself, and despite this, moves towards you. He attacks twice with his dagger, trying to get under your armor. What's your AC?
19.
His first attack misses. It goes over your shoulder easily. His second attack hits. It goes just past your neck and catches a little piece of your trap. Take 2 damage. When he withdraws his dagger, it's red with your blood.
Because Shield of Faith is a concentration spell, even if it's only just like a low 2 damage, does that mean I have to do a concentration save?
Yes, you still have to roll a Constitution. It's a Constitution save to maintain concentration.
Okay. 14.
You maintain.
Okay.
The rogue ends his turn, and we're back at the top of the order with Ian Kalis.
All right. All right. Ian's going to rub his hands together, and he's going to cast some boom. I'm going to use another sorcery point for another twin spell. And this time I'm going to cast Ice Knife.
On 2 targets?
On 2 targets. You can't do twice to the same target, right? It has to be 2 separate targets.
For twin spell, I don't see why it couldn't be. Let me read. I'm fairly sure it can be 1 target, but I'll double check for you.
Oh, well, if I can, I'll do that.
I think you're right. It's actually fairly specific about it has to target 2 creatures. So, yes, I think it's going to have to be 2 different targets.
Okay. I'll cast the first one on the fighter and the second one on the rogue. And I'll use my robe's sculpt spells to make sure that all the shards don't damage Grint. So they'll deflect away from him.
You use spell sculpting to ensure that there's no collateral damage from these 2 knives of pure ice that fly through the air at barely subsonic speeds. And this is a dex saving throw, is that right?
Ranged spell attack. First is a 16, second is a nat 20 for 26. The first would have been on the fighter, I think I said.
Sorry, the second was a 26. What was the first one?
16.
16 on the fighter misses.
Is he still prone? Do I have advantage or no? Actually, I think it's the opposite, isn't it? Isn't it
Yes,
worse?
yes, it's actually where you're at disadvantage because it's flying through the air. I mean, it's the same effect as like an arrow. But either way, it
Well, it
doesn't
still
hit.
explodes.
The shard explodes. As you said, either way. So this ice knife flies through the air, and it impacts off of the fighter's armor and explodes into a tiny glass-like shimmer of shards. It is only by your will that they don't impact and blind Grint.
So the one that missed on the fighter, this will be this. Anyway, fucking rolling hot.
So each creature within 5 feet that's not affected by that has to they have to make the dex saving throw, or they take 2d6 cold damage.
Yes,
So that's the
that's
bard.
everybody.
That's everybody. Okay. Yes. Okay. Hold. Let me do some rolls here. This is 2 ice knives. I'm going to roll for both. I'm going to roll both. So I have to roll 8 saves. Okay.
And I rolled damage for the second one also. The second one won't hit the bard though; he's too far away. It's only 5 feet.
Okay. Got it. So the bard actually passed the second one. So fine. So the bard failed one. He failed the first one. The fighter failed both. The rogue passed both. The cleric passed one. He passed the second one. So how much damage did the first one do?
So the first explosion was 12, and that's the one that could affect everybody.
Got it. Okay.
And then for the second one, the direct damage from the crit was 12, and the explosion was 5.
So you did 12 damage to the rogue. The ice knife lands in his chest and then explodes, and it does 5 damage to everybody around him except for the bard.
Correct.
And Grint does not have to roll anything here because of spell shaping. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You are very destructive. Your ice knives fly through the air. There is a cascade right in front of you, Grint, of ice magic that slices through the exposed flesh of all 4 of your assailants. It becomes the cleric's turn. Unless, did you have anything else like non-combat related for your action yet?
No, Ian will stay where he is.
The cleric considers for a moment. The cleric casts Cure Wounds on the fighter using his normal action, and then casts Healing Word on the bard as his bonus action.
Grint says, "Oh, good idea. Now I can stab him some more."
You watch as some of the bard and some of the fighters' wounds heal and mend. The bard goes next. He considers carefully. I think, okay. He casts Heat Metal on Grant's armor. You take 4 fire damage. And the bard starts concentrating on keeping your armor warm. The bard ends his turn. The fighter goes. Picking his maul back up, he uses his turn to stand up and steady himself. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
Okay, so Eden will stand up, sort of ignore the smell, ignore Alan appearing out of nowhere next to him. He takes a moment to steady himself, and then I think as he extends his will to start to cast, the image of the stones that he saw in Selgaunt that were in the shape of a crescent moon sort of comes to mind. And with that, he will cast Moonbeam. So this is a 2x2 area, and when a creature enters the area or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in ghostly flames and must make a Constitution saving throw. It takes 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. So he will sort of.
Where do you center the target of this beam?
So it's the square above the cleric. So I think I drew the shape, but it should encompass. I can't quite. It's like half the square above it, but.
I see what you're going for. So this will be a vertical beam of light extending from the heavens where you attempt to conceptualize Selune, or what her magic may look like, as this radiant power flows down from the sky. Both the cleric and the fighter must make a con saving throw. And they do. One moment.
They have to beat a 13.
They both fail. What's the result of the 2d10 radiant?
Sorry, the result?
Yes. What was the result of your 2d10 radiant damage roll?
Oh, I roll it. Got it. $11.
The fighter looks skyward for a moment as if he is unsure where the light comes from. The beam enters his eyes. The radiant energy separates his flesh from his body. His face is at once removed from his skull as he gazes into the moonlight. The cleric shields himself slightly, but the moonbeam irradiates the top of his head. It remains your turn, Eden.
Okay, and then as his bonus action, he will heal Tierney a little bit. So I'll spend 1 die from Balm of the Summer Court, and extend some nice healing aura towards him.
How much do you heal him for?
That was a nat 1. I might expend another die.
Can you do so without it being an action? Can you do that more than once per turn?
Probably not.
Yeah, without checking Balm of the Summer Court, I think you'll have to take the 1 as the result here. Is it 1 plus 1? Is that right? Is it 2?
No, it's just 1.
Tierney, you heal 1 hit point.
Eden's helping. All right, and that's the end of his turn.
And Tierney, it becomes your turn.
Which of these scoundrels is still standing?
The only one that is, and let me remove his sad body from the game board.
One of these people just got nuked from orbit.
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Energy from the heavens destroyed his head. There is still a giant moonbeam at the entrance of this road here.
All right. I'm annoyed. I'm gonna walk forward. I'm gonna look at this bard. He's doing troublesome things. I don't like troublesome things. I'm gonna cast magic missile.
You do so. He takes force damage. Tell me how much.
$12.
Is that 3 darts? Maximum
That's 3
damage?
darts.
12
4,
damage.
2, and 3, and they're 1d4 plus 1. So it's 2 to 5.
Each of the darts embeds themselves in his flesh, knocking him backwards slightly. It knocks him almost off of his feet, and he doesn't seem to be filled with the spirit of whimsy any longer. It's still your turn, Tierney.
Yeah, you and me both. I'm going to yell, "You better get out of here before the dwarf decides he wants new supper."
Wow. Cannibalism? It's pretty extreme. Anything else for your turn other than the threat of cannibalism?
No, not at all. I'm good.
Grint, it becomes your turn as you hear Tierney volunteer you to rip and eat your opponents.
Yeah, Grint is pissed. He is just super angry. He turns back to the party and he says, "Hey, I saw these first. You get your own." And he turns to the cleric and the rogue and he goes, "You just know they're gonna want some of the loot, eh?" Anyway, and he stabs the cleric. He's gonna attempt to, anyways.
You lurch forward with your sword to stab him.
I'm gonna turn that into precision attack with a 1d8.
How many superiority dice do you have left?
I've only used 1, I believe, for the repost, right? Yeah, so I have 3 left.
Okay.
Turning it into a 17.
17 misses the cleric.
Damn. Fair enough.
Anything else for your turn? Your sword goes past him, just between his arm and his ribs.
No, nothing else for me.
Alan Vaughn.
Hi. I'm gonna make my way up here to the upper level of the deck. And I'm gonna use Eldritch Blast on the bard because he really annoyed me.
You cast Eldritch Blast. When Alan summons a bolt of dark energy, what does that look like?
It would be like a deep purple that has like a pale yellow glow around the outside of it.
A bolt of void energy surrounded by a golden glow. Roll to hit.
It's a 16.
16 hits the bard.
Good.
How much force damage?
1d10. I'm getting it. That'd be 2.
2 force damage slams the bard in his chest. It knocks him backward, and his head makes a dull thud as it slams into the wall.
Oh, bye.
He falls lifeless to the ground. Anything else for your turn, Alan?
No, that would be my participation for the evening.
The rogue goes, tossing his blade from one hand to the other. He attempts to stab you, Grint. What's your AC?
19.
First once and then again, he tries to nail you down, to find where you are, and even though he's down at your height, he can't seem to strike true. His second blow, boop, dinks off your armor. That's as close as he gets.
I'm going to hit him with a repost then.
You hit him with a riposte, expending your second superiority die. Third.
19.
19 hits.
11 damage.
Where do you hit him?
He's my height. This would just be a slash at his throat, I would imagine, yeah.
You succeed. It doesn't lop his head off, but his throat absorbs much of the blow. Blood spurts from the wound. Back at the top of the order, Ian Kalis.
All right, Ian's gonna shout, "Hey, your bard friend said money or life. Right now it's your turn. You pick, you stabbing bastards." Did they react at all?
You sense that there is blood running from the rogue's throat. You sense that he is too intense into this combat to be able to yield or anything. The cleric is squared up to Grint in the battle of his life.
That rogue is the stabbing bastard, so he's gonna catch a ray of frost.
Oh, he's a frosty boy.
That's a 13.
13 misses.
Unlucky. Miss after a one-liner. That's fucked up. All right. Ian's gonna approach though.
You stride confidently, it seems, down the pier.
Mm-hmm.
The cleric goes. He disengages. Out of the moonbeam. He casts Guiding Bolt at Ian.
Wait, no.
Face to face, he slips around Grint quickly and tries desperately to throw radiant energy into your face. Does 16 hit?
Does.
Take 9 radiant.
Oof.
Eden
Yeah,
Cather.
Ian's seen better days.
The radiant energy slams into your gut. It burns. Eden Cather.
So Eden will move the moonbeam, I think, to capture the rogue in it.
Shifting like 5 feet down, 5 feet right.
Yeah.
You maintain concentration, moving the moonbeam. I believe the rogue then has to... it's as if he just entered the moonbeam. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Fairly sure. Okay. Let's see, and then he has to roll a con save, correct?
Yeah.
What is your spell DC?
13.
He fails. Go ahead and roll the 2d10 radiant.
$13.
You drag this pillar of radiant light toward the rogue, who has just a moment to understand what's happening to him as the beam incinerates him. It remains your turn.
Can I tell from a glance who looks to be in the worst condition?
As you consider this, all you can think about is Tierney and what it was like tending to him.
Yeah. I will spend 2 dice this time to redo my healing spell. So cast Balm of the Summer Court.
On Tierney Fang.
Yes. And this time I got max on both of them, so he gets 12 hit points back.
Hell yeah.
It remains your turn, Eden.
No movement, so I'll end my turn there.
Tyranny. Recently rejuvenated, you feel vitality flowing through you once again. And yet, you can't get the acidic taste out of your mouth.
I'm going to remember the words that Grinch just said to me. Don't mess. And I'll shrug. And instead of looking at the battle, I'll look at the attention that the battle is getting.
Roll perception.
$17.
To your west, along the pier, you see 3 local fishermen, 2 tall men and 1 short, watching with some interest. It remains your turn.
I'd like to take an inventory of them.
It's dark. You can see and surmise the following. 2 of them seem to be human men. 1, a portly human man. They are standing roughly 60 or 70 feet away. One of them, the tallest, is watching like this with one hand over his brow. You can mostly simply see their silhouettes that you barely caught in the periphery of your vision.
I'm going to keep my eye on them. And I will walk. Ooh, that would be an attack of opportunity, wouldn't it? You know what? I'm going to take out my water skin, swish the water that's remaining in my mouth, and spit it out unceremoniously into the harbor.
You do so. You spend your turn rinsing your mouth. You feel better.
I will take my staff out and assume a defensive position so they can't run through me.
You take your staff and ready the ability to exert a zone of control here on the pier. Grint, Grommel.
So the rogue just exploded into fire, right?
Correct. A beam of light from the sky suddenly focused upon him and his skin ignited.
Yeah, so Grin looks behind him and goes, "Oh, damn it, another one." He's got to get this guy, all right? He is fucking 0 for 3 right now. So, he's going to try and catch the cleric in the gut again. So here we go. Nat 20.
So proud.
Roll the damage.
21.
You stab through the left side of his torso, just below his ribs. You shove as hard as you can, and you see the point of your sword come out of the right side of his stomach, pointing through his armor. You destroy his precious viscera, and he crumples forward to the ground.
Yay.
You breathe deeply. The salt air fills your lungs. Grant, it remains your turn.
I would like to. I'm not sure how much economy I have here, movement-wise, but I want to. He was a cleric. Grant would notice that. What holy symbol did he have?
You pat his body, and you find something. Around his neck, there is an enameled black disc surrounded by a purple border.
Ooh, would Grint know this knowledge offhand, or is this a check?
Roll religion.
Okay. I hate this. It shouldn't be an intelligence thing. It just shouldn't. Two.
You understand this implicitly. This requires very little drudging of your mental catalog. It's a symbol of Shar.
Okay.
The Night Queen.
Okay.
The opposite of Salune.
Grint will do his little post-battle ritual. He will stick his sword, or just point his sword to the ground, hold it there, and he will say,
Great Tempest, we disparage not those who fall before us. Today we teach, tomorrow we learn.
"All right, let's check their bodies." To the victor go the spoils, okay?
Which body do you check, or is the party checking everybody here? Is this the next thing that people are doing? Is looting? Is that right? Do
You guys just want to do like a divvy up the loot type deal?
you pat down the bodies here in broad moonlight?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Okay, Grint, which body do you search first? There are 4.
Fighter.
The fighter. Okay, one moment. You find something.
All right.
The party
What is
watches as Grint immediately searches the bodies of the fallen. You were saying, Grint?
What is the AC on chainmail?
Let me check. It's 14. Chainmail's 16.
Okay.
Requires strength 13, which Grint has.
Yeah. Grint will pocket the gold then.
You do so, leaving them all in the armor. Potentially, at least not for right now. You were taking you merely take the 3 gold from the fighter.
Correct. Yeah.
Make sure you manifest that. Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn.
I'm gonna go check on Tierney. Hey, you all right?
I'm fine.
You sure?
I'm sure.
You don't sound sure.
Certain.
All right.
Oh, spit. A mouthful of bile and spittle into the harbor. Not making eye contact.
All right then. I'm gonna move forward and just get up. I guess by hold on. No, I'm not. I'm gonna stay there. I'd like to perceive and see if there's anything else going around the area that I can see. I know somebody else took note of 2 people, but I want to see if there's anything other than that.
Roll perception.
12.
From up above you, you see seabirds circling.
Well, isn't that great? Do I see any fish in the water?
It's dark.
Damn.
You can
That's it.
see little except for the deep blue sea. You hear it splashing on the piers underneath.
Got it. I didn't realize it was still nighttime.
It approaches midnight. Ian Kalis, it becomes your turn.
All right, Ian will kind of gingerly step over the bodies and go up to the bard. And as he's kind of patting the bard down, he's going to say, if you won't, I'll disparage him for you, Grint. These assholes really messed me up. And for what? They're wearing more gold than I am.
Grint just shrugs at Ian. He has nothing to say.
Yeah, he'll dig through and go, if one of them has a bandage, just hand it to me, please.
You find something on the bard.
Ian's gonna take the loot and chuck it into the harbor.
You throw the loot in the harbor, where it bobs on top of the waves.
We have no money.
Well,
Grint
we
will
have
turn
some
to
money
Ian
now.
and go, he wasn't that bad with it.
No.
He's not a music man, but I just.
Lute, not Loot.
Oh,
Right.
he's the loot.
I thought you were like, we can't be wasting good loots. Like, in this economy, you gotta be kidding me.
I knew
I
that was
mean,
happening.
maybe.
I wanted to let that happen. That
I
was funny.
assume Ian is keeping the gold.
Yeah, he'll
What gold?
show it to
He's our
everybody.
treasurer.
That's
I
not a
trust
good
him
idea.
implicitly.
He'll show the gold to everybody and be like, but seriously, if there's a bandage or something.
Grint, well, you could just make a bandage out of his clothes.
Eden is a bandage maker.
Speaking of Eden, it becomes your turn.
So Eden will dismiss the moonlight spell, and I think he'll start to approach the others, and as they're looting the bodies, and ask, "So what do we do with the bodies afterwards? Are we burying them the same way we did the assassin?
No, leave them.
Leave them? Why?
Leave them.
As a symbol of don't fuck with us.
Just fucking nail them to
What is that going to do to the rest of the town and their
pretty
impression
hardcore.
of us?"
This is Cormir. It's not Symbia.
Fuck.
Okay, so as somebody from Cormir, this is what you expect?
No. I'm old Cormirian, not this.
Alan's
I
so
agree with her.
hardcore. Wow.
He looks to Grint, who
Damn,
is
Tierney.
the cleric of the party.
Hmm?
You're okay with just leaving these bodies buried?
I love it.
Grint looks down at him.
Nobody else will fuck with the boat.
Eden looks slightly nauseated, but has nothing to say after that.
I feel like we're gonna run into some sanitary issues here. Can't we just like hang up a sign or like? We don't necessarily got to do the pikes on the head thing.
The town will take care of them.
Val Mary's on point on
You
that
guys
one.
know better than me.
I mean, if there are people looking for them, they know exactly where to come to get revenge.
Oh, I hope.
Tierney, it becomes your turn.
I will turn away from the scene and walk back onto the bowels of the boat. It's after midnight. We need to sleep. As I pass Eden, I'll touch you on the shoulder and lean in and gently croak, "Thank you." And I'll go back into the bowels of the ship.
You do so. Grint Grommel,
Mm-hmm.
it becomes your turn.
Ooh, let's check the cleric next.
You pat down the cleric's body. You find something.
And plate mail is. What
Plate mail
is
is
he?
18.
Ooh, okay. Grint wants that. He's gonna get that.
You start to unbuckle the plate mail from the dead man's body. Alan Vaughn.
Are you two having fun?
Hey,
They're definitely
No.
having fun. They're having a lot of fun.
Those are two very different responses.
I think Ian's just bad at looting.
I got stabbed.
Oh, me
Shot and blown up.
Well, maybe you guys should go see Eden. He's pretty good at helping out with those types of
Grint gets like
things.
offended and he covers himself. He goes,
No, then I won't get scars.
As you wish, Gren. But Ian, you might wanna go check in with the doctor.
That's not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea at all. Most of my ideas are not bad.
The bottle thing was cool. What happens if like what if I just like uncorked it on your? Like, if I just grabbed it, what happens?
Nothing.
Grint hears that out of context and just like turns around slowly.
No, nothing happens. Yeah, it's just dependent upon when I feel like coming out.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah, it is. It is very convenient. I don't like using it ever, but felt necessary. Speaking of the doctor, I think I'm gonna go check in too.
You attempt to find
Dr.
Eden. Mm-hmm.
Am I able to use my? Are we still in like turn base?
More or less.
initiative?
It depends. So it's your turn. You want to track down Eden using your turn?
Can we
Sure.
can we break?
We can break.
Yeah.
Yes, it's right around 7 o'clock. Why don't
Let's
we
do it.
break here? Yeah,
Cool.
Thank you.
of course. Back in 5. Oh, okay. Catching up on stream stuff. Hello. Okay. What do we got? We have Fulmari. Is Alan not an elf? Your headcanon. She's a half elf. Yes. Oh, that was, man, that's amazing. Fulmari was the one who resulted in that sleep save there. That's amazing. This is scary. Yeah, did you guys like the choking sequence? I thought that was good. I thought that was very good. A no capes moment. Yes, this was like an anti-hero type engagement, wasn't it? No musical instruments. I know. People are always throwing lutes away and like smashing them and stuff like that. No one has any appreciation for music. Mount Gibbet cages. That's an idea. Oh, Should I get a drink or something? I think I will. Back in 2. Okay. Thanks, Dr. Frimple. Just getting ready, getting myself steeled for second half. Welcome back, Ruff.
Thank you.
Your twin spell ice knife was definitely the most destructive damage thing so far in the campaign.
Well, that or Latcher just critting every other swing.
I know,
I do
right?
what I do.
Where'd this guy get his dice?
Where indeed?
Yeah, the whole reason I wanted to play Sorcerer is so I could try to do the Ice Knife thing. So that was good. Good that they were all stacked up.
Yeah, you certainly made the most of the AoE there.
And this time I didn't burn anything down or kill any teammates. So
There's still
This
plenty of
time.
sessions for that, okay? You'll have ample opportunities to kill somebody. What about Grint? Grint seems sturdy, right? I mean,
So
Yeah.
sturdy.
if I just aim high enough, it'll all go over his head anyway.
Yeah, it seems like it'll be an accident.
I like.
It'll
the way you
definitely
think,
be an
Joel, yeah.
accident.
One of those.
Wow,
one of
we
those,
all put our things back on at the same exact time.
It's like a premeditated accident.
Joel, I ate 2 pieces of pineapple cake in a matter of about 30 seconds.
Good, I'm
Is-
so proud of you.
Is my video working?
I wish I had more now.
Yeah, it is
though.
now.
I mean, I do have a
Yep.
whole cake pan, but
Welcome back, all.
thanks.
We resume off of the initiative order for now. You collect yourselves. It is just before midnight. You can still see across this narrow path that you attempted to traverse the fading lights of the Dawn Gleam Bazaar, which seems open at night, curiously. Here, on board Sparrow, the deck moves slightly as waves hit the hull. Moonlight illuminates the bay here. Alan, you were going to say?
You said that the bazaar is open at night?
It seems so.
Interesting.
So, how did you meet this group?
Wait, where are you at?
Good question. I was on the ship. Oh, yeah. I'm on the ship. Never mind. My voice doesn't reach that far.
You could come down.
Eden suddenly appears and says, "By the way, how did you meet that group?"
Oh yeah, Ian and I was walking and Ian caught up with me and they came up to us and wanted some money. And I told them to buzz off.
You started a fight with children?
No, that was Ian's doing.
Ian, you tried to fight children?
No, but I did make them into child sizes to not die.
Latcher's so funny.
Oh, that's messed up.
Well, I think it goes the other way too. I can make you big.
I am big.
I can make you bigger.
Ooh.
Yeah. Think about
I
it.
imagine
Tower
the
over
ladies would
stuff.
like that.
Maybe one day step on towns or something.
It sounds like you've
I don't know.
imagined this in a great amount of detail.
Me or him?
You're the one talking about it.
Oh, it's a spell. I know. I like to know what I can do.
Okay.
Anyways, maybe we should set up so that we can sleep, and I would say 2 people should take watches at a time rather than 1 with the recent occurrences.
Tierney and I had watched last night, so we should determine based off of that.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a watch. I'd be happy to take first watch. Ian, do you want to take first watch with me? And then 2 more can take after?
I could really use some time to recover. I'm kind of struggling here.
Yeah, I have like no health. But we have to make sure that no one else tries to come and pick a fight with us because we are battered.
Grant raises his hand like this. He goes,
I'll take first watch. I'm still pretty pumped.
All right, I'll take first watch with Grint, and then we'll wake you guys up. I would say that Tierney is the one that needs to rest the most.
Well, Grint can wake us up if something's about to happen. You don't necessarily. You should sleep.
I mean, yeah, but if he's fighting people off, who's gonna wake us up?
He can yell and fight at the same time.
Actually, the other people will be yelling, but you got the right idea.
2 questions. 1, who was looting the rogue before the break? I'm sorry, I didn't assign this.
Nobody yet, so we still need to do that.
yeah, we're
Okay.
still.
Also, while they're talking, Ian will hand out evenly the gold that he pulled off the 22 gold.
How do you break that evenly? Everyone's going to have integer gold, so please tell me how do you dole
we'll
out 22
do-
gold?
Let's see. So there's 5 of them.
So
Tierney's
just
still on
have,
the boat,
have
too.
Ian
We'll do-
keep 6, everyone else get 4. Because Ian found it.
If you insist.
Seems
I
fair.
insist.
All right.
Noted.
How much am I getting? None?
4.
4.
4.
Ah, brilliant.
Eden, actually, that's a good point. I do need to get some sleep because I want to get up bright and early and get some fishing in. I'm determined to get some fish for us.
If you haven't eaten, I would suggest doing that before we go to sleep.
I think we ate last session. 1 second.
Ensure you have a moment wherein you realize that if you go to sleep hungry here, it may impact your recuperative potential. Please make sure you have, in fact, eaten something today and noted it in the manifest, because
What day is it, Michael?
it is right around midnight on April 9th. It's about to become April 10th.
So we had like fish kelp breakfast burritos last time.
If you did,
Yeah, they were full day.
please make sure that this is noted on there if that's what you ate.
Can we just assume that we drink? Because I feel like we're all going to be drinking water.
Yes. For right
Okay.
now, when you sleep on Sparrow, there is a water barrel there with innumerable gallons of water. So as long as you sleep on Sparrow, we are assuming you refill your water skin with clean, clear water every day, but you may not always sleep on Sparrow.
All right. Manifest is updated with food and gold.
So I can take the other watch. I think I suffered the least amount of damage today, all things considered.
Can you wake me up bright and early, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to check on my bait before I go to bed. I want to make sure that it's doing half decent.
It's not.
No! Why?
The net you have off of the side of the ship has separated from the ribbing of the net, the circular part that goes around that holds the net. There's a bit of twine that needs to be repaired with sinew, something like that, to hold it shut. Perhaps it trawled alongside of the boat for too long.
I don't remember putting it out. All right, I'll take I'm gonna take second watch with Eden then, and I will repair with the net while I do that.
So, Grint, you're taking first watch solo?
Aye.
And the second watch is Alan, and everyone else is getting a good night's sleep.
I think Eden is gonna do second watch as well.
No, I'm going to sneak out during first watch.
Dude, you're like half dead.
Okay,
Doesn't stop zombies.
let's resolve all of this in order. Does anyone have any activities out of combat or otherwise before we end the day?
Check the rogue.
Okay.
And Eden's gonna cook the rabbit and lemons that he has stored in the makeshift ice box.
Oh yeah, we gotta replenish the ice box.
I would also like to make myself presentable.
Eden, you probably should also do that.
Eden looks down. Oh, yeah.
You're probably pungent.
Well, that will keep people away from us all the better.
That's a lot of gold.
Guys, I have more gold to give.
Oh. Very nice. Very nice.
Bacon!
Ooh, bacon.
Do 14 gold for everybody.
Oh, yay. See, good thing we fought.
This is a bad lesson.
Manifest
disagree.
updated.
Anybody mind if I take that dagger? Think I'm gonna take that dagger.
You found it.
You guys don't look like daggery folk.
Neither do you, to be fair.
Whoa,
Well, I've got a
that's
mace, and I'm
kind of
definitely not a
insensitive.
mace person.
Wait, is mace two-handed? If it is, I'd
It's
be happy.
one-handed.
A maul is
There's a
two-handed,
maul
mace
that's
is
two-handed,
one.
yeah.
There's a mall.
Got it. Apparently I have two-handed fighting. I don't know why, but I got it. I think it came with something.
The next thing I had to resolve was cooking rabbit and lemon via Eden. You cook this on board the ship?
Yes, in the little kitchenette area.
Describe the dish that you attempt to create.
Eden will attempt to roast the rabbit and slice up the lemons and sort of arrange them around the rabbit to give it a pleasant lemon-like flavor, which you'll also eat.
Do you intend to consume this tonight?
Yes.
We will say from these two things you have a lemon and a rabbit. You can pleasantly combine these two things to create 2 full-day meals. So if you eat that for today, please update that. If you share the other one with someone, let me know who that is. And everyone make sure in about 5 minutes here, real time, we will resolve the manifest. So make sure that everything you have in there for April 9th is current.
And I want to remind everybody that bad things could happen if you only subsist on good berries.
False advertising.
Michael, question. So I didn't use all of my bait. I had 2 days worth of bait remaining after I put the net in. So how is the remainder of my bait doing?
It is slowly drying, but seems otherwise to be intact.
Got it.
You get the impression that when you quench the entrails in salt water, even if they're a little dry, they'll readily absorb water again and once again work as a scented bait.
Got it. Okay, just making sure they're all right.
Does anyone else have anything out of combat to do before we start resolving sleep? Only good things happen at night. Okay, reviewing your food and water situation, Eden Cathair, you ate rabbit and lemon that you made yourself. You drank water on board Sparrow, and you were taking a half night of sleep, keeping watch for the second night in a row. You took a brief cat nap yesterday, but exhaustion starts to wear on you. Roll Constitution.
That was a natural 20, so 22.
You push through this with little problem. Perhaps it is youth, perhaps vigor, but either way, you seem unaffected by your lack of sleep. Tierney Fang, you ate some fish from Alan Vaughn. You drank water on board the ship. And tonight, you are slipping out during the first watch. Is that right?
It is.
We will revisit that momentarily. Alan Vaughn, you ate a fish wrap burrito that you made yourself this morning. You drank water on board ship, and you are attempting to get a full night's sleep, or are you taking part of this second watch?
I'm gonna take part of second watch. I would say maybe if I'm able to, half of second watch, because I just want to repair the net and then also fish.
The smallest increments of watch you can take is half.
Got it. Then I'll just take half.
Ian Kalis, you also ate a fish and kelp breakfast burrito yesterday. You drank beautiful, clean water from onboard Sparrow. Are you going to sleep on board tonight?
Yep.
Are
Ian's gonna. Ian will only wake up if someone wakes him up. He's gonna crawl into bed and hope he feels better in the morning.
The goal is deep, restful, restorative sleep.
Mm-hmm. The goal is less bleeding and singed body parts in the morning.
Mr. Grint Grommel, I see what you ate today. Would you like me to keep it under wraps? You can just nod your head if you'd like this to be something you eat
I
silently.
had one piece of the hardtack rations.
You ate hardtack. Hard biscuits provided to sailors that taste like nothing. You drank water on board ship, I assume?
Yep.
And how will you sleep tonight, Priest of Tempest?
Well, he's taking first watch. But when he does go to sleep, he'll go to his kitchen couch.
Got it. So the first watch is Grint. Tierney, do you try to slip out past him? Do you try to act with subterfuge here?
Yep.
Okay. Roll stealth.
Nope. Invisibility.
Okay. You're casting invisibility on yourself.
I am.
Grint, roll perception at disadvantage.
Okay. Ten.
Your watch goes uneventfully. You are on board the ship, and
Well,
you...
actually, I
Go
had a
ahead.
question about that. So, while on quote unquote watch, Grint would actually, because the dock's the only way on. Grint would probably try fishing from the dock,
using
the fishing net.
the crew of the Sparrow only has one fishing net, and it is currently broken.
Grint will use mending to fix it.
Great!
You mend it. Roll survival.
Okay.
Are you using any type of supplies other than that?
Yeah, there was some bait, I believe, right?
It's on
Okay.
Alan's person, as far as I know, or
Is it?
on.
I thought it was in a bucket. Just
What, the
asking.
bait? The bait?
Yeah.
No. The bait is in a bucket.
Okay. So the
All right,
bait is
I-
like giblets, right?
Exactly.
There's like
Okay.
different pieces though. There's two.
Mhm.
I think there's two pieces left.
Okay. Here's
They're
what
like
Grint.
clearly tied up in like little packages, kind of.
Grant would take the cooking knife he has. He would chop it up finely. And what he would do is he would take half of it and he would just throw it in the water. And he would wait. And then he would take another handful, throw it in the water, and then throw the net on top of that.
Sort of trying to fish at mass. You're trying to...
Well, he's trying to throw out some bait, chum it up a little bit, then throw more bait and throw the net on top of that.
This fishing net is small. This is like a fishing net. It's like a thing you could scoop the water with. So it's not really...
scoop with. Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, he'll throw some bait and then wait, and then he'll throw the second bait and scoop where the bait is. That's what he'll do.
Roll survival.
Grant's going to throw guidance on top of this.
Seems like something that would benefit from guidance.
17, and the guidance is... So 19 in total.
During your watch, you attempt this sequence multiple times, and eventually, pulling up the net, you see something. A wriggling, long sea bass.
All right, Grant will pull it up out of the water, stab it in the head.
Tierney. You slip onto the pier under Grant's watch. You are invisible, and you slip right past him. Where do you go? What do you do?
I'm going to the slaver market.
You do so. You go to... Go ahead.
I'm going to do reconnaissance of the place. Find out who's working there, if anybody's still there, and what the state of the area is. I'm assuming there's a slaver market. The Zentarum love their slaves. Well, not really. You know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
Oh, they love their slaves.
Stop.
If you seek seedy things in this world, you will find them. Dawngleam's Night Bazaar is a small collection of merchants. There's about a dozen, many of whom seem foreign to Cormyr, certainly. They sell their wares in a small cloister of the city, deep into the night. You get the impression that different wares could be sold during the day and night. This is what you're able to observe from afar, Tierney. Do you get closer to see more, or what is your next step in your reconnaissance?
I'm getting closer to see more. I would like to window shop and get a lay of what they're selling and what amount of seediness they are.
Certainly.
And I would like to keep a special eye out for the person who seems the most like a fence, the person who's there with the strongest arm.
Taking your general lay of the land here, you see torches lighting various magical wares that are behind small stone storefronts. Minor items are spread across blankets that are laid across the grounds. There are 2 guards here. Both are wearing no insignia. You discern that you can both buy and sell here, and the merchants may sell different items depending on the season and how their recent stock has sold. You also observe that adjacent to this still awake part of the city, here right around midnight, there is a tavern. Beside the bazaar, there is a lone tavern with 2 front doors open toward the piers. As you survey the market, you come to realize that there are certain items that you can buy. Would you like a list of those items, Tierney?
I guess I would pay some attention to it, but not exhaustive attention. I'm not going to, I'm doing the thing where you walk down and you look at the menu of restaurants, but you're not really looking. You're looking at the font and the feel of the restaurant, but you're not reading the menus.
I understand. You do not do an exhaustive search then. You merely try to find the merchant that seems to have the least scruples. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm looking if there's a fence in the area. Also, like, I'm sure if I saw like an apparatus of Qualish or like a Holy Avenger, it would catch my eye. But I imagine there's nothing so grandiose.
There are magic items of great repute here, but there is no Holy Avenger. Searching for the fence that you seek, you see someone. There's a Choltean man. It is easy to see that he would certainly accept stolen wares, as he is holding 2 long iron leashes in his hand. The other end is attached to 2 young slaves. There is a pile of wares in front of his stall. He looks at you with great disinterest as you walk by, seeming to understand that you are not the type of person to purchase a slave.
I'll pass by. I'm not going to hassle him just yet, but I will take a note of where this person is.
You do so. You know that he's in the far northeast corner of Dawngleam's night market.
Do the guards pay any attention to this booth?
The only thing that they seem to pay attention to is you. You stick out a bit, Mr. Fang.
Yeah, my clothes aren't shitty enough. I will walk past the guard troop, whatever, the duo. I will nod and say evening and see how they react.
They both regard you with intense skepticism, as it is certainly not the local custom to say good evening to a guard. They both look at you and seem to consider for a second whether or not they can shake you down for a bribe. They look at each other and seem to think better of it. One waves you along.
All right. I will make my way back to the boat.
Your invisibility has long worn off. Do you approach visibly toward the boat?
I am going to, before I'm in eye shot of the boat, I would like to go to the area where the 3 fishermen were.
You do so. What are you looking for?
To see evidence that they fish there often.
Roll investigation.
I have suspicions about random people walking around at the dock after midnight. I would not expect a fisher to be out this late. Investigate. Sorry, out vamping for looking stuff up. 21.
You look to see, are there any familiar signs, things that could have been left here by people that fish here with regular intervals? Something like a rest for a fishing pole, something like a cheap rattan chair that you certainly wouldn't want to take with you. You don't find anything.
I'll take one last look around me to see if anybody's watching my passage, and then I will recast invisibility to get back onto the boat.
You look around, feeding your paranoia. You don't see anything right away. After you cast invisibility and you realize that you're transparent, you have a sense of comfort.
I'm invincible.
Do you sneak back on the ship?
I'd like to, yes.
Grint, roll perception at disadvantage.
$13.
You hear a peculiar footstep.
Grunt would shoot up and look around.
You shoot up and look around. You don't see anything.
Grunt shrugs.
You shrug. You know you didn't hear something. Rather, you know that you're not hearing things.
Right.
Tierney, you slip back onto the ship.
I'd like to take a long rest.
You do so. Your watch is the second watch, is that correct?
I am not watching. I am resting.
Who's taking our second watch then?
I
Ian
have-
and Alan.
Yes.
Eden and Alan, I see.
Yes.
Describe your activities while you are keeping watch.
I go find the net
You do so. It's been
so I
mended.
can fish. Did Grant catch any fish?
1.
Would I pass by him on the way up for watch? Or Grant, would you tell me that you caught a fish?
I don't think Grint would feel the need to bring it up, but he would be the one to wake you up for watch.
Well, would you put it in the ice box?
Yes, most definitely.
I would know that.
Okay.
Also, Eden, can you come replenish the ice box? I know that you and Ian. Wait. Do you have the ability to do that? Do you have the water thing? Oh
I
yeah,
do.
yeah.
Yeah, he
All
doesn't
right, good.
have shape of water, so he can
Alright.
replenish the icebox first thing.
All right. Well, whenever you guys wake us up, I'll go find Eden first. Eden,
Yes.
can you please put some more ice in the ice box for us?
Okay, is somebody watching up on top?
Well, the boys just came to wake us up, so. I mean, Grinch just came to wake us up, so. Temporarily, no. But I'll run up while you put the ice in the box.
Okay, that's acceptable. Eden will do that while Alan runs up.
If I could interject for 1 second, there was something I forgot. Grint would take the leather armor and the chainmail that were on the bodies. Just store them on that storage chest on the boat. Just the one that has the key. He would do that.
Will you add that, please, under party items?
Sure.
Thank you.
So Eden will be keeping watch. He'll look to see if anybody perceives the corpses. But he's also paying attention to the pitch of birds that are awake at this hour, and the way that the wind is shifting, sort of like trying to remain in tune with the natural world as things tend to get quiet when people are approaching.
You look for things like muted bird calls in order to discern, could this be birds staying low because they detect someone in their midst? Roll perception.
$21.
You study the bodies, seeing, does anyone approach them? Does anyone want anything to do with this? And is anybody sneaking up on the ship? Around 6 in the morning, when the sun starts to break, you see something. First, 2 old fisherwomen discover the bodies. You watch them shriek and run in terror as they attempt to go down to the piers as they have every morning for many years. 5 minutes later, guards approach. Roll insight.
A 6.
You discern that these guards seem out of place somehow, but you're having trouble putting your finger on exactly how. First there are 2 guards, then 4, then 6, then 12. It takes them an hour to investigate. Various people take notes. There are many discussions that you watch on shore. 2 of the guards see you, and while they don't approach you, you can tell that they're documenting your presence. Eventually, they take the bodies away by delicately dragging them together and putting them on wooden litters.
Was there anything distinctive about their armor that Eden could later recognize?
Tell me exactly what you're trying to discern.
An insignia or even specific colors?
You notice that they lack insignia.
This is strange, Alan.
What?
The guards, did you not see them?
No, I'm busy. I'm busy. We need fish.
Oh, well, I'm glad somebody else took watch with you.
I wouldn't be fishing if anyone else was not here.
All right.
Alan, roll survival in order to determine if you're able to catch anything off of the pier here.
Okay. I also would use my last piece of bait, and when I go over to check my bait, I get very, like... I feel like I had 2 pieces. Kind of shrug it off, thinking, like, maybe I accidentally tossed 2 of them into the net the last time I fished. That would be a 17.
You pull on the net. There's something heavy in there. As you attempt to focus on it, you realize that it's translucent. It's a large glob of something. Do you investigate further?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
For sure. Do you touch it?
No.
Do you tell Eden?
It depends. Do I get it out of the water?
It's in your net right now. Some translucent glob, some mass of something. It's rather heavy.
Does it have anything in it? Like, does it look like it has bones and things?
You don't see anything like that.
I'll dump it in the bucket. I'll take it and dump it in the bucket, and then I'll show everybody later. See if anybody knows what it is. I will watch over it, though. It'll be my pet right now.
You do this. You take this strange bit of matter and dump it in the bucket you have on deck.
I would scoop some water into the bucket, a little bit of water in the bucket, so that, because I don't know if it needs it or not.
You refresh the amount of seawater in the bucket.
I watch it. What does it do?
Floats.
Eden,
Yes.
I've got something.
Eden comes over, looks in the bucket, and goes, "Oh, it looks like you caught a jellyfish."
It's a jellyfish?
It could potentially be. I think so.
Is
Have
it
you not?
actually a jellyfish? I feel like Michael would have described it differently. Michael, if you described a jellyfish as a glob of gloop, what would it come out there?
It seems like it's probably a jellyfish.
I loathe you.
Well, it looks different coming out of the water than when it's floating in it. But Eden would have seen them wash up on the shore, unfortunately. So
I don't think I can do anything with the jellyfish.
you can eat it,
I can.
or just keep it as a pet. These are Eden's professional opinions.
Pet jellyfish. Nah. I dump the jellyfish over. I go, bye.
You do so. Do either of you do anything else with your second watch?
So I think Eden does want to try to talk to Alan a little bit after the sun comes up and there's a little bit more visibility, so he feels comfortable not paying 100% attention. He goes, "Alan, I've been thinking about our conversation a little bit."
Oh no.
Oh no?
Are you mad at me?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
I think that there might have been a misunderstanding, and I do not ask these questions out of facetiousness, and I hope that I will understand if you do not want to answer them.
Oh, okay.
Why is it important that nobody else know that you harp?
What do you mean? I said I know somebody who harps.
Sure, but why don't you want other people to know that?
That wasn't what our conversation was about. Our conversation was about the fact that you just spilled the beans about Rail killing someone, and also she had a message for me specifically, and then you just told everyone. Like if
She did not. If I can interrupt for a second, she did not say the message was specifically for you.
are you sure?
Like I said, I'm not being facetious. I understand now that I should not have said it in front of everybody, but to be honest, I do not understand why.
Well, when I went to talk to Rail, and I said that you had given me the message, she didn't say it was for anybody else. So,
Okay, but did she seem angry?
nah.
All right.
I just told her not to tell you any secrets. That's all.
Eden sort of looks hurt by that, and he ends the conversation on that note.
You feel rebuffed. The sun rises.
Shall we wake up everybody else? See how they're doing?
Yeah. You got any secrets you want to tell me?
Maybe? I mean, you seem to know the biggest one that I should be keeping secret, which is my family name.
What? What? I thought everybody knew your family name.
They do, and I feel like they shouldn't, considering somebody tried to assassinate me over it.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of that, we didn't talk about your aliases.
No, I've been thinking all night. I've come up with several options, but I don't. It seems.
All right, let's hear them.
Okay, well, it seems like I should pick something that I should easily remember. So
Yeah.
I should instead go by Therak, my last name, Therak. And as for my first name, I don't know. Do I look like a Theo to you?
I think you should go by Grommel Grint.
Why?
It would be easy to remember, and I think that Grint would get mad, so it'd be funny.
The idea is not to be assassinated by somebody mad at me.
Okay, anyways, continue.
Well, that was it. Like, what do you think of that name?
What was the second one you said again?
I would be Theo Therak.
Theo Therak. In theory, that sounds great.
Okay, well, maybe I can try it for a while and see how it feels.
Just make sure you tell everybody else, so that they're not like, hey, you're lying.
Well, I think they would understand why, but yes, you do have a point.
Yeah, but if you tell somebody your name's different in front of everybody, somebody might be like, that's not your name, and you don't want that to happen.
Sure, yes, I can see that happening in front of Grint. I think everybody else go along with it. But
Yeah.
yes, I will make sure specifically that Grint knows, at the very least.
I feel like that's a good plan.
How did you pick your name?
I just liked it.
That's a very smart question.
Okay, yeah.
Plus, I'm a female, and Alan is a man's name, so going on missions and things like that, it puts me at less risk. So.
Was Baron Pryor surprised to have met you?
He didn't seem like it, but he might have.
Okay.
Let's go get the crew up.
Sure.
Speaking of which, actually, where is the crew? Not our crew. Where's the crew?
Well, the riggers disembarked. Rail is, I'm sure, long gone.
Yeah.
And I believe the captain will probably be sleeping in his room. I assume I didn't see him exit during our watch, and
I really want to play some pranks on him. That'd be fun.
Why?
I don't like him.
Why?
He's an asshole. And he's arrogant. And he's ignorant.
Eden's sort of nodding along at that. Who is he an asshole to?
The entire world.
Do you just know things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Eden's like, well, Alan seems like she knows what she's doing, so I'll just go along with it.
Alright. Let's go get everybody up. Eden, I'll go get Ian, so if you can go get Grint, that would be good.
And who's getting Tierney?
He was really hurt, so let's wake him up last.
Okay.
I go wake up Ian. I walk in the room. Ian, time to get up.
Already?
Yep.
Okay. Anything happen? Don't we need more bodies?
Found a jellyfish, put it back.
Oh.
That's it.
It didn't like attack us or anything? Did it damage the ship somehow?
Just a little guy.
I'm shocked.
Thought about keeping him as a pet, but I didn't want to kill him.
That's normally what happens to your pets.
No, we're going on an adventure. So what if I leave him here and then he's stuck in a thing for days with no food, and he'd be better in the ocean.
Ian's so funny.
All right, let's go get Tierney up. Eden's getting Grint actually. So if you want to run up top and just kind of keep an eye out, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. And then Ian will set off.
All right, I'll go check the icebox, make sure it's looking good, and then wake up Tierney.
Tierney, you've had better mornings.
Morning already.
Good morning, Tierney.
Something happened during watch that I should know about.
Nah, just caught a jellyfish, put him back. That's it.
All right. I'm going to get up, stretch, and do my morning routine.
Have fun. I'm gonna head back up top deck.
Okay. Eden will, in the meantime, have gone to the bowels of the ship to locate Grint. Does he snore?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's how he's located. Eden just follows the sound. And then he goes, Grint, Grint, it's morning.
Zero response.
Eden very gingerly reaches over, like really not wanting to, and shakes him.
Oh, Grint shoots up and goes, ah, rah, rah, and he starts swinging his weapon around.
Holy shit! Eden like immediately jumps back. Grint, it's just me. It's morning.
Oh, the kill thief. Hey.
What?
Oh, you think I didn't notice, eh?
Notice
Yeah.
what? Sorry.
You got
what did I
two.
steal?
Two of them.
What?
All right, they were all mine, and you come in and fucking. Oh,
Is
God.
that what you were dreaming about?
I don't know.
Oh well.
They were mine, and you just what the fuck are you the light and the he was on fire. That was terrible.
I suppose so. I thought I was just helping you. I mean, you were
Helping
protecting-
yourself to my kills.
Should I not do that next time?
I don't know.
I'm
Kind
so
of on a
I'm so
case
pro
by case
Grint.
basis. You
Will
know?
okay. Next time, can you call out to me when I should not attack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Good. All right. We're
Okay.
gonna go up top. Something happened over the watch that I think we should discuss as a group.
About the
what happened?
jellyfish.
About the guards, Alan. And so Eden will turn and make his way up to the top deck.
The party convenes.
Mm-hmm.
It is 8 a.m. on April 10th. The sun is rising in the sky. It's a clear, pleasant day here in Dawngleam on the Neck in Cormyr.
So first of all, is there anything you all notice about the corpses that we left?
They're missing.
They're gone. Who took them?
So there were guards that came overnight and spent a few hours investigating. They had no insignia. There was something off about them, but they did not approach.
You said guards with a question mark.
Absolutely.
How did you know that they were guards?
Sometimes you just get these gut feelings, and mine rarely steer me wrong.
Well, there was definitely something wrong with
That
them.
was a
They were
quick
nowhere
answer.
to be found when I was getting stabbed.
So they just took the bodies in the middle of the night. Did they question you?
They did not. They seemed to take notice that I was there. They were writing things down, so I'm sure that they know to look for me.
So they saw the bodies. They roughly know who did it. Then they didn't follow up.
Right? They just dragged the bodies away, and here's where we are.
Huh.
Maybe these were like locally well-known bandits, and they were like, "Wow, good job," but they didn't want to pay out like a reward, so they didn't. That's my hope. I'm hoping there's a reward waiting for us. That'd be nice, right?
I'm speechless.
Generally, in cities, guards are proud to be guards and will wear some symbol of their allegiance to the city. These did not.
Generally, in a city, if you kill 4 people and leave their corpses strewn about, you attract some sort of attention other than ho-hum another Tuesday night.
Well, if the guards were better at their job, there wouldn't be corpses.
That's always kind of against the whole leaving the corpses there thing, anyway. But
Well, we
guess
got
that
some
should
good
say-
information. There is absolutely no penalty for slaughtering people in cold blood.
Cold? What do you mean cold?
It's Gormir.
They started it.
Self-defense also.
started.
I propose we have a pact that we stay together at all times when in the city.
I have a pact already with my patron, and I will not do another one.
Okay. We can ease it off a little bit from the veracity and the rigor of the pact you have with your demonic patron. I'm merely saying an
Who said
agreement.
he's demonic? He's a nice guy.
We're all nice guys.
I don't know about you.
Is he
Grant,
jealous?
Grant is actually nice, but he pretends not to be. So
You
And
take
Ian-
that back.
Ian's like, he's solid. He's a solid guy.
Thank
He
you.
puts his feet on tables, but
Man, how long you gonna
That's the
let
best
that
thing.
one go?
That's a good one.
I would like to impress upon everybody that splitting up would likely mean our death in this area. So we should probably stick together for our own benefit.
I am
Agreed.
100% on board with that.
You don't agree, Alan?
what? Don't drag me into this.
Are you or are you not part of this group?
I mean, yes and no.
How is there an and no?
Not to be argumentative, because for the most part, you've been right about most things, Alan. But if I wasn't there, you probably wouldn't have gotten out of that. So the more
Oh
of us
no, I've
together,
been fine. I can just.
a
teleport
bottle isn't
through-
going to run itself.
Oh no! I don't have to use it. I didn't have to use that. I could have just teleported 30 feet away and just do, had a good time. But I wanted to show off my bottle.
Okay,
Oh,
maybe
sure.
she can go. She can go 30 feet alone, but the rest of us have to stay.
If you want a hall pass or something, that's totally fine. However, I think it is most prudent if we stick together. This is clearly a very lawless land that does not care for the sanctity of life.
Aye, and it's really hard to carry all the loot by yourself.
True.
We do have a purpose in here other than slaughtering bandits in the street when we deem it necessary. Our purpose here is to go to a temple and extract a piece of valuable loot. And if we could all do that together in one piece, unbifurcated from our torsos, I would find that most gratifying. So if we could do this very small, teensy little thing of not get picked off one by common bandits, that would be awesome.
Oh, on a side note, I say that we ditch the crew because they suck anyways, and we find our own boat.
I'm going to look around on the boat,
With
and
what money?
it kind of is our boat right now.
True. So what if we were?
Plus,
I don't know.
they keep
There's
saying
some-
it's not a boat, so I mean,
Yeah, I don't think it's. I think there's something fishy about the boat, honestly. So I would say that we should find our own boat with our own crew after we get some gold, and then we have people in our court,
Are you
not people in
saying,
the Baron's court.
all right, can you ask your parents to help us?
My parents. What about your parents,
Well,
Mr.
they're not Cormyrean, so.
All right, I'm pretty sure the Temple of Lathander is not on a river or body of water. Like, we need to walk there or find ground transportation. Is that correct, Alan? You're from this area. You know it better than I do.
True. Why don't we go find some horses and get our butts moving? Tierney,
Yeah,
why are you
we've,
holding us up so much? Come on.
Well, but before we set out, I did want to ask, are we on the same page as to what to do with the quill after we recover it?
Yes,
No.
Are we,
I think
Alan?
so. What?
well,
What are you
we're really
asking me
putting
for?
we're really putting the cart before the horse before we have carts or horses. Like, why don't we start one step at a time?
All I'm saying is that we're not giving it to the Baron. So if we are all on that page, then we are on the same page.
But then how do we get the gold?
We're going to get our own gold, but we're not going to be giving the quill to anybody.
But we have to give the quill to people to get the gold.
No, we don't.
I don't get it.
That's okay. You don't have to.
I
Well,
want
I
to.
think
I
I
think
want
she
the
might
gold.
have a lot of gold.
I just give you guys a grin and walk
I'm
away.
gonna shrug.
Well, one step at a time.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I agree, Ian.
I agree. One stab at a time.
Very good, Grit. I think that was a joke.
What?
Is Tierney still wearing his
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask about that.
Yeah, why you want to take that thing off?
I don't want to, but even if I did, I couldn't.
Do you Okay, if that happens again, do you know what we're supposed to do to help?
Not at all.
Seems important.
Do you know
Does this
what
happen
time it
often?
is?
It seems very important. I agree.
Can I do identifier as we walk? Is that a thing? Is that something I could do?
From what the only things that you can discern from this neck are, feel free to describe its physical form.
If you'd like to start casting a spell, I might have a reaction.
Well, I wasn't gonna do it without your permission.
Or you're asking Tyranny,
Not yet.
my
I was
personage, if
I
I
was-
would allow you to Google me in front of me.
Yeah.
No, that would be highly offensive. Please take me at face value and listen to the words I say, as
No,
most
no,
people
it's
would react.
Wait a second. Wait a second. This is all out of character. I was asking
Yeah,
Michael
this
in
is-
general if that's something that could be done, and I wouldn't know that out of character. I mean, I wouldn't know that in character, so I would still go and ask you and be like, "Hey, that thing tried to kill you. Can I like check it out and see if it's see if I can give you any information on it?" And then if you're like, "No, thanks for asking," then that's fine. But I wasn't gonna just come up to you and be like, "Let me touch your freaking necklace." Rude.
You may approach tyranny at your own peril. Okay, so where can we find horses? Do we have enough money to purchase
might.
the horses?
We actually
Weren't
have a decent
we
amount.
weren't we supposed to meet up with some people when we got here? I think there was a mayor that we were supposed to talk to.
Yeah, but aren't we trying to ditch the crew anyways?
Well, I mean, get all our options out there, right?
Yeah,
That's true.
Maybe we should all go sit. Maybe we should sit down and discuss what we want to do.
That's what we're doing right now.
Yep.
Can we all like get in a powwow circle so everybody's not just random places, just so I know,
We should go to a tavern.
and discuss it out in open.
We get a table.
We'll go to a tavern, just not right now.
Oh.
Okay, so everyone, what's the plan? Do we want to ditch the crew and go do our own thing, make our own money? Do we want to stick with the crew, help the captain of the ship with his stuff? What do we want to do?
We have a primary motive, which is to get to the Temple of Lathander. We have multiple avenues to get there. Question mark? I'm not actually sure. It seems like one route of attack we could take is go talk to the mayor. Another one would be to rent horses and go directly there. Probably the more information, equipment, and intelligence we got before we left, the better. So I think it's probably best. Even if we don't like the crew and we want to ditch them, which I have no feelings one way or the other, we probably should extract as much information and value out of them as we can.
Kind of doubt the
I don't
crew's
think they
gonna
have
come with
information.
us, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but the captain may.
the captain. Didn't we still have to do something for the captain? Doesn't he owe us some money?
We don't have to do anything for anyone.
I'm sure he'll find us when
He
he
has
needs
no
us.
money.
I
He
don't
was
think
gonna
he'll
pay
find
for
us with money
everything.
if we don't make him find us.
Well, then that's his loss. But right now, I don't know where he is. And beyond that, that's the extent of my
He's
interest in it.
probably in a tavern.
Yeah.
Or he might still be asleep. We can check all these things first.
The captain. Let's talk to the mayor. You remembered
I
that
agree.
detail? I don't remember that detail, so you're going to have to fill me in.
When we first met with the Baron, he's mentioned that we might want to contact the mayor. And he also mentioned, and this is probably more of an Alan thing because I don't have an eye for it, that at the market, they might be selling for cheap things that might be worth a lot more to someone who knows what they're looking
You're
for.
right. You're right. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
the
gotta
market's
know
at
you.
night, though.
Oh,
It seems like.
Yeah, you
Can I
checked?
can I look to see? Can I check to see if it looks like from here if it's open or not?
From what you can discern, there is activity at the markets in Dawn-Clean.
Okay.
I would strongly assume that the market at night bears a different face than the market at day.
Probably.
This is a
I can
slave
agree with
report.
that.
They probably sell humans, half-elves, elves, gnomes, dwarves, anything you want. If we wanted to fence this magical item, I am sure we could find a way to do it here. I
Alright.
don't really care about that angle yet. I think we should talk to the mayor, Ian. I think that's a good angle. And during the day sounds like a fantastic time to do it. I think we should head there forthwith.
Yeah, let's do it.
Eden?
Yes, I generally agree. There is one other note I wanted to present before the group, and that is I do not think I should be going by my real name while we're here. We still don't know who the agents of Scent are trying to track down. So please just call me Theo Therak.
Can you spell that for me?
I absolutely
in the
will.
chat.
I will do that.
With that note, maybe we should all be using aliases.
that's. It just seems like a lot to remember a fake name.
You're not wrong, but if somebody's looking for a particular one of us, then we should use aliases.
I already am.
So am I.
Yeah, nobody knows me.
Why not?
Have you heard of me?
Yeah, you're Ian.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know you know me.
I think maybe for Eden, it makes the most sense to go by an alias. However, I think our presence here is already pretty obvious. We've already been under surveillance. And I think we all stick out like sore thumbs here. So we can go by aliases if you'd like, but I don't think it would be to great effect.
We may want to stop and address a bit more Cormyrian as well.
Can you explain more about what you mean?
Michael, can you explain more about what I mean?
I don't know what you mean, actually.
Well, everybody keeps saying we stick out like sore thumbs, so let's not do that. But I don't know exactly.
It's
Out
because
of
we're a
character.
heavily armed mob.
It's because Grint is kind of thumb-like.
We look pretty much like
Oh,
adventurers.
thanks.
Just kind of thumb.
Exactly. So we wear clothes that don't look like adventurers.
I guess
I feel
we
like
could.
probably a lot of people around here look like that.
That's kind of what I was thinking as well. Like those guys just ran up on us and like they look like raggedy, but other than that,
Kind of wish we stole their clothes now. I like this jacket.
yeah, I like my clothes as well. But
Look, they're
armor.
attached to my robe.
Very nice. All right. If you guys want to go by aliases, please inform me before we leave for the mayor, which we will do shortly.
I already am, so I'm good.
Ian's fine by me.
Grint doesn't know what an alias is.
Grint, do you want us to call you something other than Grint?
Grint crashes the desktop.
Like, do you want us to call you Sunflower?
No. No.
What kind of flower are you, then?
I don't know.
And he just like stares off into space.
All
Never
right.
considered it.
Let's keep Grint in his lane. How about?
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with him.
I know.
He can't
All right,
hear
anyways,
you.
let's move on. I know, now he's thinking about, like, what is a flower? Are there different types of flowers?
All right, last call for our subterfuge missive. All right, let's go to the mayor.
Let's do it.
All right, let's find out where the mayor is first. And if there is a mayor, which I kind of don't believe.
Let's go back to the area map of Dawngleam for a moment. Oh,
So I believe
sorry,
we'd
one
be asking
second.
for Ray Podier.
Oh, well, there's, like, a big fortress-type house. And then, out of character, or no, in character, would I know where the mayor would reside? I'm assuming it's here.
There is a large civil building. I will give you a daytime version of this at some point, but you are correct to assume that the government building here is the largest. If you're going to go there, though, who is out in front? Who walks up ahead as you walk through this foreign city?
Yeah, I'd walk near Tierney.
Tyranny Fang?
Yeah, I'm first.
And you're first when we disembark from the ship, is that right?
I am.
When you walk along the pier, you hear and see something. You hear a strange thud by your ankle. Do you look down?
Absolutely.
There's a discarded lute floating in the water, banging against the pier.
I'll smile and point.
Not much of a tide here, huh?
That's coming in.
It is.
I'll keep walking.
You approach a large, storied-looking building. Everybody roll insight. Tell me if anybody gets over a 16. Looks like many knows. Okay. You
9.
You approach this large, storied-looking building. The wood beams look ancient. This seems to be the local seat of civil government here in Dawngleam on the Neck in Cormyr. There was once a large purple dragon mosaic set into the tile floor here in the foyer, but it has long been attacked by scavengers. Sitting at the front desk, there is a person. It's an elven woman. She looks very bored. She's sitting by herself. She is flanked by potted plants. She is standing behind a chest-high marble desk. It seems very ornate. She's very pretty.
I'll approach her immediately.
She looks up at you, bored, through large green eyes, and asks you what you want.
Good morning. We would like to see Ray Portier.
She smirks and says, "The mayor usually gets in around 2 or 3.
We should come back then. He'll be free.
He's always free, more or less." She seems very disinterested in this conversation.
Can we make an appointment?
You don't need one, she says, and looks down at her desk.
Well, thank you for your help.
Yeah, not much help.
Oh, I'm trying to coax the name.
She gets what you're putting at. She understands the pause that you left there, opens her mouth for just a moment, and then decides better.
All right, thank you, Miss Blank. I suppose we'll see you in a few hours.
She doesn't acknowledge you.
All right. let's move on. It is a
Before walking out, with her being such a bitch, I'm just gonna turn to her and be like, "There's a floating loot in the ocean if you're really that bored." And then I just walk out. I don't give her the opportunity to respond.
You do so.
All right, we need supplies for the ship.
I agree. And we need supplies for our journey. We should check out the market.
What about the house behind this? The larger wooden house.
It's a private structure, as far as you can tell.
Are there guards around?
An excellent question. How would you determine who is a guard? Describe a guard to me.
Somebody in armor, standing, or I guess, yeah, standing, appearing to stand sentinel.
Roll perception.
8.
You notice a number of people in armor. Something catches your eye. A small group of halfling fighters, all clad in full plate mail. There's 4 of them. They watch you closely, but don't seem interested in starting anything, but you find the spectacle hard not to watch. Other inquiries about the city?
How openly lawless is it? Like, are there drunks during the day? Are there, like, teenagers walking around? Are there families? What's the clientele like?
An excellent angle. You keep an eye out for drunks getting kicked out of inns during the time before noon. You look to see if is there open fighting in the streets. You look to see, are there kids here? Are there families here? You start to develop a composite picture of what things are like in Dawngleam based on these myriad observations. You notice that yes, there seems to be rough housing and people acting lawless around taverns, even though it's nearly 10 in the morning. You notice that there are few families here, and what parents you see shepherding their children keep them close to their body as if they're protecting them from something. You notice that where there are armed people, they regard each other with a measure of preparation for violence.
I am going to open my coat a little bit, exposing the hilt of my crossbow.
You do
so that everybody can see it as I walk forward.
You try to show that you're armed.
Yeah. We are not an easy mark. I will lead us toward the market since I know where it is.
You do so. And you find a sense of vindication, Mr. Fang. You notice that during the day, there is a slightly different array of merchants. Certainly, there are no one selling humanoids during the day. And this is little more than a sleepy adventurer's mart as you walk from person to person, taking a sample of everything that is being transacted here. While you are in the Dawngleam market, you can sell things and buy things. If you wish to sell something, please let me know.
Can I sell Tierney?
I'm going to give you a list of things you can purchase here. If you have any questions about individual items, things you'd like to spend more time gazing at, please let me know.
Brent wants things for cooking. He wants flour. He wants spices.
Whatever it is you use to make cocaine, stuff like that.
Eden will additionally have questions.
I have a request.
Outside of shopping.
Can we stay in character?
Yeah, my bad.
I am putting this list of items in the campaign channel. And I'm sorry, what's Eden doing?
Eden wants to know about the wilderness at some point outside of Dawngleam.
We will note that you spend some time gazing at the trees beyond the city, and I will have some insight for you soon. Grint, you are looking for sundries related to cooking. Is that correct?
That's right.
You are able to find non-magical implements easily. You can find wheat flour suitable for making a roux or bread. You find a mix of spices that are yours for merely a few copper.
Okay. And also cooking oil as well. Butter. Oh, yeah.
You find butter made from cow's milk. It has a pleasing yellow color to it. I'm sorry, Alan, you were going to say.
Oh, nope, I didn't mean to hit the button. I was just pasting Theo into my OneNote, that's all.
I'm going to pull this up. Oop.
I assume I can find sundries that are not listed here.
Absolutely can. This is magical items and artifacts. What sundries do you seek?
A map.
You possess a very thorough map provided to you by the Baron after consulting several local budding cartographers. You could put a little bit more precision on it. Is there something you're seeking to know exactly where is this location?
When I look at the map, does it have our destination marked on it?
It does.
And can I clearly tell the state of the road? For example, would we be able to bring a cart on this road?
Do you still have? Let me pull it back up. The map that the Baron provided to you.
Is it in the campaign chat? Just very far.
It is.
Far
It
up?
is. Yes. If you scroll up
I see it.
enough
I see it.
in the campaign chat, yes, the map of Central Faerun. This was provided to you. Here, let me put this up here.
Okay. It looks like fairly normally tread road.
Oh, I don't know why this is so difficult. Copy link. There we go.
How much would it cost to purchase a spyglass?
Optics are hard to come by in this area because it requires careful machining. You actually have something that's probably almost as good as a spyglass, the sextant.
True. All right. And the final thing I would like, I guess the dwarf is already all over the food. Is there a horse vendor here?
You could buy good horses here in Dawnclaim, where they are bred just outside the city. A good horse would be 250 gold a head.
All right.
Sounds like we're walking.
Having one just to carry stuff for us wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, if we just wanted to carry things, we could get a pack mule,
Yeah, no, that's actually what I was thinking.
which would be a lot cheaper. I assume these are like draft horses.
Exactly.
Yeah, we should look for a pack mule.
It becomes abundantly clear to me, and I hope the rest of the party, and I'll say this straight up, we need funds.
We do indeed.
All right, let's find more bandits.
Or maybe we can find some work.
Yeah.
Seems like
Stabbing
this,
bandits.
yeah, including that. It seems like there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this town.
What are you proposing? What do you want to do for work?
I
Or are you
propose
willing to do whatever?
at this point, yeah, I'm nearly penniless. I know the rest of you are.
Got it. So why don't we talk to the mayor? Because I'm assuming he's going to be the one to employ us.
Are
Unless
you going?
we can find some shady fella and we can ask them to employ us.
We can do both. Is everybody here okay getting their hands a little bit dirty?
Always.
I'm sure we could find some relatively honest merchant to work for.
Well, I'll leave you to find the first honest man in this town.
You just haggle with them.
Feel free, Ian. All right. Okay. So this is like when you're a kid at a expensive store in the mall where you can't afford anything, but you're looking at it with your eyes wide. we need to get some allowance money. So,
Mhm.
what time is it now in game?
It is 10 a.m.
So why don't we go to the tavern and sit around and just listen in?
Sound good, Grit?
Yeah.
So there was a tavern that I saw last night. I'm not saying this out loud. Where was that? What direction from the bazaar?
It is southeast of the bazaar. Close.
I'll say it. I think there's a tavern over there. We can go check it out. Maybe find the mayor in there.
Maybe.
Or the mayor of our boat, probably. So let's make our way there. I'll lead us in.
One moment. Let's see. Okay, let's grab our party. Hopefully this works. It doesn't always work. Did we get everybody? Yeah, we did. Hell yeah. All right. Okay. You find yourself somewhere new. There is a small one-story tavern here. You realize as you approach that this is a tavern, not an inn. To the west, there are dense trees just outside Dawngleam. Heading north along the road, you could resume your activities at the bazaar.
I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
For all the things I got at the market, do you want me to just take off like a gold piece?
Under 1 gold piece. No, you spent coppers and silvers.
Okay.
In the same way that if you, my canonical example is flipping a coin to a beggar, we don't adjust your gold.
Got it.
I'd like to head into this tavern anyway. It's close. It's here. If we
Same.
find nothing, we can walk out.
Go ahead.
On the way in, with there nobody being at this table here, I'm going to grab the dirty dishes and bring them in and put them on the bar for the barkeep.
You do so. He's smoking a pipe and watches you with interest. As you do this, he says, I'm really not hiring waitstaff, but thank you.
That's all right. I was just trying to be friendly and help out.
Your friendliness is, as always, appreciated.
So you're not looking for servers, but is there something people are being hired for in this town? I'll kind of posture to give him the idea of who I am.
What idea are you trying to convey? Who are you?
I'm a smiling adventurer, little wet behind the ears.
The bartender looks not a little wet behind the ears. He continues smoking his pipe. And he answers you what you seem to think is probably honest. He says, there's plenty of work here in town. I mean, I'm assuming you don't want to work in a field or a mine or a quarry. Looks beneath you, I suppose. He strokes his beard. And he seems to look behind you for a moment. He says very methodically, I've heard that the mayor might need some people to do something around the city or go somewhere, something like that. Everybody roll perception. If you're in here, if you're not Eden, go ahead and roll perception. Give it-
11.
Okay.
Same.
4.
3.
He seems like an honest man.
Grim's going to speak up. You got a bounty board?
A bounty board. I'm
In town.
Oh, I thought you meant here in my chat. I was going to say no. I have poutine. Uh, a bounty board. There's a number of people you could talk to about potential bounties here. I guess it depends on who you'd be catching bounties for. Do you have any qualms about working for the Black Ones?
Who?
He considers for a moment and says, "Never mind. If you don't know what I mean, I think you've answered my question."
He's talking about the Black Network.
Granger shrugs.
Well, that explains everything.
He looks at you, Tierney, and seems to consider interjecting, but smokes his pipe nervously.
We're
What'd you
looking
get to drink.
We're looking for all walks of work at this point. We have no discretion until it's upon us. Where could we connect with the aforementioned?
I'm sorry. I've never thought of myself as much of a prospective employer. I'd love to help you, but typically, perhaps once a season, I hire a waitress. If you want to connect with the mayor, I would imagine you'd find him either at his house, or which is where I hear he spends most of his time, or at the civic building here in Dawnclaim. He's the mayor, after all.
What does a mayor do in a town like this?
Now, that's an excellent question. I believe he mostly collects tax revenues. Beyond that, I don't think anybody's sure.
For whom? There's no government here.
Well, yes, but there's a number of people who wish they were the government.
That's good to know.
So does the mayor employ guards?
He does. The best in the world.
In the world.
That's what I've heard.
From who?
I wouldn't cross him.
Not looking to cross anybody here. At least not yet.
If you're trying to make gold, I think implicitly you're trying to cross somebody.
I agree. But right now, everybody's our friend. And my friend here, Grint, is thirsty.
Aye.
Ailden?
Aye.
Is there anybody else in this tavern?
He gestures around. You can see the entirety of this tavern. It's a small one-room affair.
I will make room for others to query the barkeep if they wish.
Oh, I got a question. How's traveling outside of town?
What direction
Rose-
were you intending to travel?
Haven't quite decided yet, but probably along the roads at least.
I'm afraid I can't give you much more. Your
yeah.
inquiry is relatively generalist, my friend.
How about this? Are we gonna get accosted the second we step out of town?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be accosted in town.
I'm well aware.
There's no there are few limits to who accosts who here.
Roads passable at least?
I thought you said this town had the best guards in the world.
No, I said the mayor had the best guards in the world. He says this as he plonks down a fizzing mug of ale. It's large, glass, and frosty.
Grint drinks it.
You do so. You drink early in the morning. It's refreshing and cool in your belly. Roll insight, Grint.
Three.
This all seems perfectly normal to you.
Couldn't agree more. I'll have another.
I'm going to inspect the area where the man was staring behind me when he briefly spoke.
You turn around. What are you looking for, Tierney?
I don't even know.
What do you expect to find in your deepest, darkest? This is what I think will be around when I whip my head around. What do you think is there?
An eye hole,
Crossbow
somebody
sticking out of the
peeking
wall.
through, or somebody's just standing there that we didn't notice.
You turn around. You see panels of chestnut. Your paranoia flourishes inside of you. As you request another grint, the bartender clears his throat.
Hey, how much?
My short friend, you can drink here all day for a gold.
He slams down a gold.
You do so, and he brings you another ale. Do you drink it?
Absolutely, he does.
How quickly?
Oh, all at once. Another. Just like the first one.
You chug it. Your belly fills with ale. You're starting to feel pretty smashed.
Do you you been hanging out with the captain when we were looking, or?
Nah, just haven't had a chance to drink in a while.
Well, I just hope you're up to it if I need to yell for help again.
Oh, more than ever.
All right.
Can you tell me what this is here?
It is a imperfection in the floor.
Something worth investigating, or is it just nothing?
It is a long ago, long before you stepped foot in this tavern, something must have happened to the floor that they had to patch with a small bit of wood.
Got it. All right.
Does the bartender pick up any of these dishes? This place is full of half-eaten plates. And this larder is like rocking and nobody's here.
Is this your internal monologue?
Yeah, it's my internal monologue. I'd like to figure out what the hell's going on. Who was here that ate all this food? It's like 10 in the morning. And now it's empty, and it's right next to a bazaar. What's going on?
I was thinking the same thing.
I'd like to step outside and take a look at the top of this building.
You have a sudden sense of isolation, like you're the last person in a crowd before something happens. You glance at the building from the outside. What are you looking for?
The name of the building, maybe something amiss outside, like a sign that might indicate maybe a mark over the door.
The name of the bar, etched carefully in a wooden scroll just above the doorway, is Red Monday. You search for something that seems out of place. Your heart beats in your chest, Tierney Fang. What are you searching for? What would be out of place for you?
This Antarum clearly mark objects. I'm looking for something like that. Maybe a red mark somewhere that would indicate that. I don't even know what I'm looking for anymore.
Something
As tyranny.
Something seems amiss. You
Yeah.
feel things are desolate here, aren't they?
Way too desolate.
You have a sudden shiver up your spine where you feel like you're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
My action has ended, but I will pensively keep watch.
You do so.
I'll actually just go ask the barkeep about it. I've been kind of thinking the same thing. There's nobody in here, which is peculiar for you in general, and then also for a bar in a town that likes alcohol.
He takes a long drag of his pipe and gestures toward Grint Grommel and says, "It seems I've got a patron already."
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say much of a patron, but where is everyone?
Who's everyone?
Well, this town seems to really enjoy alcohol. Um, you're not doing anything, but yet you're not cleaning up your place. And no one's here, but there's a lot of people outside.
I'm going to send a message to Alan. Ask him about what happens here on Monday.
This is an
Oh,
editorial on my cleaning techniques.
well, I didn't say it. So, question. The name of your tavern, Red Monday. How did you come up with it?
He smiles for a moment and says, "Well, I didn't come up with it."
Then who did?
Roll persuasion.
Uh, 10.
He studies you. After a long moment, he crosses his arms and says, "Are you going to order something or not?"
I don't know. No one else is here. Everything's half eaten. Sounds like you make crap food. Maybe you need a cook or something.
The world is full of beggars and critics. This doesn't help me at all. Either buy something or leave. My door isn't open to people who come in and insult me.
Well, your doors are open to everyone. It's quite easy to walk in. Maybe you should put a sign.
Ma'am, this is an implicit threat. You realize that, right?
If you take it that way, then that's on you, not on me.
I am taking it that way. I asked you to order something or leave here in my establishment, and you are sitting here making jokes at my expense. Yes, I'm asking you to leave.
Adios, then.
Every time so far that we've gotten, into an argument with somebody in a tavern, someone's trying to kill us. Maybe we should just leave.
Yeah, I'm down. This guy clearly doesn't make good food anyways.
Grin says,
You
"Is
are
that
you
true?"
good here, Grant?
He's perfectly welcome. He paid me a gold. That's how transactions work in this country.
You got any meat?
Yes, of course I have meat. What do you want? Would you like something to eat?
Yeah.
I'll whip you up something hot. Yes, fine.
You got sausage?
He calls to you over his shoulder. I don't have sausage. I'll make you something hot. He disappears into the back.
Okay.
Eden is still outside, right?
Yeah.
I'll call out to Ian, not too loudly. Eden, sorry. See anything?
I mean, Eden's standing there, sort of keeping back to the tavern, keeping watch. Has he noticed anything strange about people passing by or the crowd?
If you had to study one thing, be it, for example, the size of the crowd, the types of people that are walking around, or
Okay.
let's have those two, or the wildlife and things in the trees.
I was going to say he's looking for people. He's like studying the expressions of people who look towards the tavern to see like if they have some reaction to it, and the kinds of people who don't even look glance that way.
You spent some time doing this, and you got some data points for this, and you watched to see people coming by, where they might go, what they might do. You notice that this small road is used primarily by people walking down to the piers. So this is either sailors, fishermen, fishmongers. And you notice that all of those types of people give this building a wide berth.
This does not seem to be well liked by the locals. He says back to Tierney.
Well, a lot of people were here recently, and that place is completely empty. And I gotta say, I cannot wait to get out of this place. Is Ian still inside?
Yeah. He hasn't moved.
All right, I'm gonna kind of like half keep an eye on Ian and Grint and wait for Grint to eat his fill and then drag him by the ear out of there.
Moments later, the barkeep emerges with a plate of something. He puts it in front of you, Grint. It has a pastry crust.
Is that meat?
Aye, it's meat.
Grint like stabs it with a fork.
You do so. You pierce the pastry shell. What's inside appears to be brown gravy.
Grint gives it a sniff.
It smells wild and gamey. You get the scent of brown sugar.
Grint will start eating it then.
Why don't you take it for the road there, Grint? We got places to be.
It's kind of hard to eat this while moving.
It's a pie.
I think
It's like designed for the road.
Can you get between Grint and his pot pie? I think he's already started eating it.
Just with words.
He's already in there. Like,
Grint, you are satiated by this wonderful brown gravy full of peas and carrots. There are chunks of elk meat inside of it. You wash it down with a fresh cold beer. You have a moment where you wonder, why isn't everybody doing this?
right? Grint feels satiated. He is ready to roll.
You feel energized. You
Yeah.
are nice. It is now about 10:30 and you're feeling nice and toasty. You've got a couple beers in you. You had a warm meal.
Yep.
Living like a king on 1 gold.
That's right. Yeah, Grint gets up and he's like, all right, let's go see the mayor.
Okay, let's leave immediately.
Hey.
Grant, you had your fill?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Let's leave. Out. Be gone.
Okay.
Back to the bazaar and what is of interest in town. How can I get away from this place?
Does anyone tarry here in the Red Monday?
I mean, I'm not planning on staying, but as we walk away from it, if I see somebody pass by in general that looks like they gave it a funny look, I'll ask them about it and just say, hey, what's the deal with this place? Barkeep's kind of a dick.
You observe a woman and her child, a young boy of about 7 or 8. They are walking past. This is who you see. Do you attempt to flag them down?
Yeah, I'll venture off on my own a little bit, a little further away from the party, so it's not just like a gang of people being around. I just, run over, not directly at them, but like within like 5 or 10 feet of them, and just be like, hey, new to the area, can you tell me about this tavern? Because something seems, I don't know if he makes bad food or what it is.
The woman smiles for a second and then laughs uproariously as if you just told her a very funny joke. You realize that she's missing most of her teeth and she can't stop laughing as she says, new to town. Yeah, hell yeah, I hope you can row. She walks away holding her child close.
I don't know what to make of that. I go back and I tell Tierney that the woman told me that she hopes that I can row, and I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh, I can roll real good.
She's telling us to leave town.
Looking towards the piers, does it look like there's a lot of people there?
There are. You notice several things, Mr. Cather. You notice at the crime scene where the bodies had been moved, there are a couple guard like people, again, writing things in notebooks and studying the area. You see a number of people getting into their small fishing craft as if to start their day by sailing out into the Dragonmere to catch fish.
Ooh.
Before Alan immediately goes and tries to fish some more. Do these guards look different than the ones Eden saw previously? Like, are their colors different? Does their armor?
You come to realize that their armor doesn't seem to quite match. It's not for every guard you've seen. This is merely a aggregate of characteristics that you think makes them guard-like, but they have no common armor or anything like that.
These people don't seem to resemble the people that visited us this morning. But did the barkeep tell you anything about the guards? Did you ask?
Nothing really that useful. To be honest, pretty much nothing he said was actually useful.
For now.
I take note of where people are fishing at. I don't go see anybody or do anything, but I do take note of where people are fishing at and if they're catching things.
You do so, attempting to add to your mental map of where a good spot to fish in town is.
And then by this time, does Eden have any sort of impression about the wilderness outside of the town?
So glad you asked, and let's pause here for a moment. Here's what I'd like to do with everybody. Tell me a little bit about your premonitions for what you may be interested in doing for the rest of the day here. I know Eden is interested in studying the wilderness. What do other people have on their mental plates for their afternoon in Dawngleam?
Go to the guardhouse. I assume I will find it as a mercenary place. And I would like to inquire about erstwhile work. And number 2, I would like to ask around about the fishermen on the dock. So maybe there's a open fish market somewhere where I can go pepper people about where they buy their fish and who they buy it from. So those are the things I'm thinking.
Thank you, Jenny.
If they make it back to the market, Ian would like to speak with the merchants and see if any of them first passes kind of stink test, how shady they are, and if there are some that seem slightly more honest than others, see what kind of work they might be needing. Like if there is a merchant that is suspiciously lacking in guards that the other ones have, something like that.
Noted. Anyone else have anything?
I have things, but not things that I'm going to say.
Understandable. Yes, I have something to talk to you about contacts here in the city as well.
Okay.
Anyone else? Grint? Anything
It's
in particular?
10:30 and Grant has completed every objective he has in this city.
You have a belly full of ale, feeling good.
Yeah.
Eden, anything you'd like to put a finer point on?
So depending on the outcome of what the wilderness looks like, foraging might be in his future, and then he does absolutely want to meet with the mayor later in the afternoon.
Your preferences and intentions have been uploaded to the prime material plane. Let's call it here. And I don't mind. This is something that I've been kind of tossing around in my head. We could do like a post-session hangout and talk, because half the time I feel like, I do this with people with one-offs anyway. So let's like cut the session. We're out of character. But you guys want to hang out for a little bit and talk about the session?
Yeah.
Sure.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh wait, yeah, can I do that too?
Yeah, let's take a 2 or a 3, and yeah, I'll be right back. Sounds perfect.
Can't stop this group from fishing one way or another, can you?
Apparently not. You know what? Do you know what's funny about fishing? Now that we're dramatically out of character, I can now disclose this. Something you'll notice, because I happen to know that you're playing through Divinity 2. Something that's interesting about Divinity 2 is there's like this weird fixation on fish. You'll see when you get farther through, but there's like fish for some reason play an extremely prominent role in Divinity 2. They're everywhere. There's like everywhere you go, there's piles of fish. It's very strange.
I wouldn't say it's strange because of what it has to do with the story.
Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay, sorry.
Oh,
It
okay.
has to do with the story. My bad.
Yeah, it does. You don't remember the fish are tainted.
Yeah, I know they're void tainted, but
Don't spoil it for me. I'm going through the game right now.
I thought you were like doing another play. That's my bad.
anyway,
Or and I are doing a playthrough together.
Oh, okay.
there's just a
Did you play
lot
the
of
first one.
That's it. This is his first one. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, did you play the first one, the first Divinity?
No one's played the first one, Latro. It's just
God
you.
damn it! I know it's like one of my
You're-
favorite top five fucking game. It's amazing.
You're the only person who's played such crazy games as BG1. Okay, every skips that game, Latro. No one plays BG1. You just play BG2.
I like BG1.
I've tried 3 times. I still can't get through it. I moved on to Tyranny instead.
Do you also play Daggerfall?
I
In
have not
Elder
played
Scrolls?
Daggerfall. Never played Daggerfall or even Morrowind, which everyone tells me I should.
Oh, that's my favorite game of all
Morrowind's a good
time.
one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get around to it someday. I swear.
The combat is awful, but the world is richer than any world I've ever been in for this
That's
type of
quite
game.
alright. I mean, that's kind of like par for the course for an Elder Scrolls game. The combat is basically, but it really gets you in there.
It's a cool world building game, but like the actual combat is like non-existent.
Gotcha.
It's definitely dated, that's for sure. If you ever want to see something, if you've ever watched speedrunning stuff, the Morrowind speedruns are really entertaining. Just the way they beat the game so quickly.
I'm sure.
You're right. It's they like fly through the. You just like.
Yeah, you like
hook
stack a
yourself
bunch
through
of
the
buffs and then just like chuck yourself across the entire map and like instantly kill the end boss.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you make some potion that gives you like acrobatics plus 600 or whatever, and then you just land at Dagoth Ur's feet and kill him, and it's like, oh, okay, we're done.
How can you kill a god?
With a lot of potions.
Maybe it's canonical that the god kills you.
Yeah, but Morrowind aside, I could talk about Morrowind for hours.
I'm sorry we talked about Tierney's biology for hours.
God, it was very visceral.
I think that's okay. I think that's good. Did it?
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, I was nervous that I was gonna have to roll a new character right there. 3 rounds I'm out. They tracheotomy
Yeah,
me.
for sure.
Yeah. I'm also glad we didn't succeed in that tracheotomy
Yeah.
before you were released.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what would have
curious
happened
what
if
all
I
that
casted like enlarge on the necklace.
I assume it would have just kept shrinking.
I
It would
assume-
have gotten
Give it
bigger,
time.
and then like the wire would have gotten bigger, and it would have just like decapitated him right there.
I assume the magic you use would be less powerful than the magic of the necklace.
Probably.
Well, that's
So
interesting.
I was also thinking about doing reduce on Tyranny, but then it might have just squeezed back in.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same effect no matter how you slice it.
I already feel pretty small. Okay.
I enjoy that Tierney got out of having to explain any of it to anybody.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, Tierney's artful dodge in this situation where it's like the one time he sounds aggravated. Normally, everybody sounds aggravated. The one time he sounds aggravated, everyone's like, "Okay, let's leave him alone. It must be serious."
Yeah, pretty much.
Does D&D make anybody else hungry? Like, I feel like I need to eat through all
Oh,
of D&D,
yeah.
and I have no idea why. It's so weird.
I always have a big meal before the session. Just so
Even
don't
if I
snack.
did that, I would still snack. Like, I don't understand what it is about it, but I just am always hungry.
You know, Hikaru Nakamura, who's like a top chess player, is the 4th highest rated chess player in the world, says in these 10-hour tournaments, he consumes over 10,000 calories.
That's crazy.
I believe it. Yeah, like
Yeah.
thinking is actually hard work.
And when I go to these magic tournaments, I eat all day. So when you're doing like intellectually stimulating things, your body's working. Like you got to eat.
When
like
nobody
if-
else eats, I sit here and eat like 3 pieces of cake, some freaking green bean casserole, a cookie.
I drank
Like,
5
I don't
cups
care.
of water. That's what I did.
Yeah, I drank a ton of water during this.
I have like I've never had a like want to drink water. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like I have to force myself to drink water. I'm sorry. I have no idea why, but like the only time I ever feel like drinking water is like after I run or something like that. But other than that, like naturally, like if I just go about my day, like I don't get thirsty. So I have to like remember to do it. It's really fun. It's really annoying.
I kind of prefer to go to D&D sort of like I think things are heightened a little bit more for you when you're kind of hungry. You know what I mean? Like I usually D&D on an empty stomach, to tell you guys the truth. This was a rare exception because I had Thanksgiving leftovers, but I really often come into D&D fairly. It's like, you're on edge. I don't want anything in my stomach. I don't want to do any digestion. I don't have to. And then the second we're done, I immediately want to eat.
Yeah, that's what it was like all last campaign. The campaign would end and be like, I gotta eat, and you just run away.
There was one session that we finished. It was like it was the latest we ever went. It was well past midnight Eastern. It was almost 2 Eastern. Do you remember this? It was like the one session that we went really late. I remember I was absolutely famished.
I remember talking to you earlier in that day, and you hadn't eaten anything. Like it must have been 7 p.m. before you ate anything that day.
That's crazy. It's
Yeah.
midnight here. I'm still eating.
And then we spend so much time talking about food in our campaign.
It's fish, though. Nobody likes fish.
I love fish.
I do too.
Aldi's has this like Mediterranean herbed salmon, and it is probably the best. Like I don't even like salmon, but it is so beyond good. Like I absolutely love it. It's not that expensive either because it's already done, but you can get, I mean, depending on how much you eat, like 3 servings out of that one piece of fish, like one big chunk of salmon. So freaking good. For like $8.
Did people have a chance to look through the Dawn Gleam Bazaar and all the items that are in there?
Yes.
The ones we can't afford. You
There's
mean?
a lot of
so
cool
much
stuff
shit
in there.
Yeah, I saw the prices and I was like, nah.
Well, I was considering the gnomic, what is it? The gnomish opacity increaser. But we didn't really get a chance. Or my interest was not so strong that I was about to like start a conversation about it.
Sounds useful, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially if you're going to go into a temple and you don't have a rogue in your party.
Ooh, that glaive, I guess is how you pronounce it.
Mhm.
That's messed up, man.
I
Yeah.
like the cigarettes.
I
Do
saw
you?
those too. I really thought it. I was like, I wouldn't use them for anything, but it'd be fun to have some just for shits and giggles.
They're so expensive though.
What, the cigarettes?
Oh, sorry, not the cigarettes, just the items in general.
I'm sure you'll have gold sooner rather than later, right?
Mm.
That rapier looks really nice.
I think that
Oh, I
rapier is very cool. That's
Mhm.
like sometimes I struggle to do good short descriptions. That's a good one. That's a good item.
Yeah, I like that. Although I already have Misty Step, so
Misty Step is so strong.
I
Yes,
know.
it is.
Ian's
It's
like,
insane.
well, if I wasn't there, I was like, well, if you weren't there, I could just Misty Step, so bye.
The gilded ivy circlet, another items that's fucked up.
Yeah, totally.
Polished frost giant skull.
This thing is insane. It's also the most expensive item, reasonably.
Would you wear that? You'd wear a skull on your head?
Oh yeah.
Where else would you wear it?
Speaking
Are
of
we
that,
the baddies?
You might
speaking
be.
of that,
Go
my
ahead.
first character actually was a murder hobo, obviously, because everybody's first character is a murder hobo. And she wore a bloodied Periton skull around because she was so impressed with her first kill.
Periton?
I don't know if I'm saying it right. I don't know. It's like the deer bird. Periton? Something like that.
I'm actually not familiar.
One sec.
I think it's Periton.
Maybe.
Oh, like a pterodactyl type, like that kind of word, like a pterodon. Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
I don't think so.
Paratons were twisted and depraved magical creatures that appeared to be a cross between a giant eagle and a demonic-looking fang-toothed stag.
Yeah.
Are the cigarettes the same brand? The same brand as
Putting
what,
in the
Fomari?
campaign chat. Nope, not campaign. Unsolicited commentary.
Oh, do you want
That's
to
what it
hear?
is.
I'll pull up the cigarettes for you, Frample, if you're still here.
They're creepy looking.
It's like a moonkin.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it is. Yeah, with the horns.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I remember this first edition
They're not the same brand
art
as
for this
Tyrants.
thing. Because the thing about these things that was weird
At least
is
I don't think
because
so.
they would,
I
until
have,
you sold them directly, they
I
would
think,
appear
4
like
or
humans,
5
they would
little
smell like
cigarette
humans, they would
concepts.
sound like humans, and then you like would
And I
come
don't
upon
think
them
that.
and they
I
were
don't
this
think
giant
those are the
fruit
ones that
beast
Tyrion
thing.
Oh,
had.
creepy.
I'm like mentally
Yeah, they're
searching
supposed to
be.
now. Now I want to go back and check.
They were not portrayed that way in the campaign that I played, but that's creepy.
It was like first edition, super like gothic and horror genre.
That's pretty sweet. I didn't start
Oh,
playing till
here
5e.
I'll put the info block back up. It's pretty short. It's just flavor.
So what's everybody's actual thoughts about the conversation that Eden had with Rael? I've been curious about that.
Well,
I think Rail's a liar.
A lawyer?
Liar.
Oh, I thought you said a lawyer. I was like, that's interesting. Explain.
I think Rail might be the only real person on the crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's during the time of troubles right now. In Faerun, and this is obviously a different world, but it borrows from Faerun. And in the time of troubles, Cyric kills Mystra. Cyric, the god of all hate and all negative adjectives and stuff like that. Mystra oversees the Weave of Magic, which prevents like wizards from casting 10th level spells, which are like create life or like, brainwash somebody permanently, things like that. So like once she was not guarding the Weave of Magic, all kinds of weird magical shit, like the kingdom, some kingdoms were completely wiped out by spell plague. Like people would cast spells and it would just explode and have all kinds of negative
he's
things.
not wrong. I feel like negative adjectives.
So I imagine a
is
lot
like
of the weird stuff we're
domain
experiencing
of a lot
is related
of
to the spell
the
plague.
FR deities. You know what I mean?
Or
And-
at least how Mike envisions the spell plague.
Yeah. On that note, I appreciated the note that you gave in the Discord about Shar.
I was going to say the same thing. I thought
Yeah.
that was very helpful.
What was that again?
I put sometimes there's like little like Faerun lore droplets, and I know a lot about Faerun lore.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that too. Whenever you let us in on stuff, because I don't know that much about it either.
Shar and Selune are twin sisters. They're some of the major gods, as opposed to a lot of there's like fucking 80 minor gods that nobody cares about.
So what made you so interested in the lore?
I love lore of anything, to be honest.
That's awesome.
And playing D&D forever. Read so many books about it.
Allegedly twins, yes.
I don't
even
read
think
the books
I
or
never thought
anything
of them
like
as
that
twins as much as
because
kind of,
I
it's like this
like everything
very
to be a
old
mystery. I
concept
don't like
of
to know.
just opposite.
Well, the fun thing about it is, I was
Energies on
explaining
the
this
same
to my
spectrum.
wife, which was hard to understand. Like, you play a game in Faerun, and you're just borrowing the elements you like. So
Oh yeah, for sure.
it does not have to be canonical at all, which is like very unique to Faerun, I think. It's a setting with infinite details and none of them matter.
That's an awesome way to put it. I play in a lot of just homebrews. I started DM. It went during COVID. A lot of my friends didn't want to do online, but it was just kind of like you don't get a choice. So I started a small homebrew campaign, and I dabbled in that. But I don't enjoy DMing nearly as much as playing.
Most don't. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's not the work though. Like I really enjoy creating the story, but I don't know. It was just not like I would love to create the story and then have somebody else run it. But yeah.
I mean, that's a thing, You can write
Yeah,
and
but I don't-
have other people proctor it.
I would have to write it and then have you revise my writing so you can put fancy words in there because I have one thing that I started for Alan is she has her own OneNote, so I have all kinds of different things, and I started a verbiage tab because specifically Michael and David say shit that I have no idea what you're talking about, so I have to Google it. And then I put it in my verbiage tab. I'm flavoring my vocabulary.
Looping back to the conversation you had with Rail also, the Harpers are sworn enemies of the Zentarum. And also the Harpers, these are naturally opposing groups. Like the Zentarum naturally want to become like they want every country in the world to rely on them in some way or the other. Like that's the way they're going to dominate the world. They never want to step out of the shadows. They have no interest in governance. They just want to be like OPEC or something, you know?
So what are the Harpers like then?
The Harpers are true neutral, and they generally oppose factions that get too powerful. And since the Zent are pretty much like, in a lot of Faerun stories, they act as B-list villains. They're like the villains you have to face before like the named villain. So Zentarum
they're like
are
the sneaky goons.
Zentarum are always trying to destroy civilization, and civilization is like not a major force in Faerun. It's one of the weaker forces. So obviously the Harpers have to defend civilization, cities, countries. And, you know, what the Zentarum did to Cormyr is they just deposed it and then pillaged it. They didn't do anything positive with it or negative. They just fucking let it get chaotic. They're stupid almost.
That's a little ridiculous.
So Rail going into a Zentarum stronghold, probably fed up with this stuff. Also, the Harpers are related to the Time of Troubles. Their leader, Elminster, is the chosen of Mystra. Mystra is the person who died to start the Time of Troubles. These are all related topics.
Is this whole thing with Mystra well known at all?
It defines everything in this world.
So when this whole spell plague starts, people are aware that it's because of issues with Mystra?
Yes. When the spell plague starts, it will be because of issues related to Mystra.
Mystra
Does that have
like
something to do with the clerics not being able to res people?
No, but I'm so pleased that you picked up on that.
that is probably another very interesting plot thread.
Oh, I played a what are they called? The prefab things?
A construct. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Like
a
a
module. A module. I played a
Oh.
module where the central plot was about. I guess I don't want to say it because it might be
No.
vaguely related to this, but
Nothing's a spoiler. You can just talk. Go ahead.
oh well. There's a module called Tomb of Annihilation, and like the central plot point
played
was
that.
nobody can be revived anymore because there's this like
Yeah.
plague that's preventing it. And you're one of the reasons you're going to this tomb is to discover the origin.
To kill Acererak, the Archlich.
Yes.
Yeah, my beloved Z died in the tomb, so that's fun.
Yeah, we all wiped on a Sarac in mine.
Gary Gygax used to sit at Gen Con every year when he was alive and run Tomb of Annihilation, and it was a punisher. Like, he just used to run it to fucking kill people.
It was really fun. One of our guys died in one of the funniest ways I've seen in the handful of campaigns I've actually played, where like he casted a spell on some guy. I can't remember his name, but it was like if you've played it, it's the like weird necromancer guy that has like the teleporting amulet. I don't know if that was something you encountered in that, but he casted a spell on that guy, and the guy, I can't remember if it was the room that did it or the guy that did it, but it like reflected the spell, and he got banished into this furnace room and just insta died because he failed a check in the furnace. Just get instantly obliterated. His character instantly obliterated.
D&D now, you fall in love with your characters, you make backstories, you like mold this human being that you don't know. But back in first edition, man, you didn't make it at a first level most days. And I'm not joking.
That's crazy.
God.
It was a fucking meat grinder. And in the DM guide, in the first edition DM guide, it says it. Like, you need to kill your characters. Tell them to come with multiple characters.
Most of the characters I've played have died in campaigns.
Nope.
Tomb of
had
Annihilation
that.
reflects that. It's fucking brutal.
Did your construct die?
No, he made it away.
That's a great.
Though the party
way to
did
put it.
die.
Yeah, the party was obliterated, I would say.
Well, 2 people died and 3 dissolved to the wind. I'd like to think that Theseus and Talt and Drid are out there.
Yeah,
up
they're
to
going having
hijinks.
like a
There's
buddy,
hijinks out there.
Yes.
like a buddy
definite
cop duo
hijinks,
out there.
Yes.
That's like canonical. That's like
Yes.
I couldn't agree more.
So, Michael, question. Are you going to try and purposely kill us, or are you actually trying to have us keep our characters?
There is no intentional death, and there is no other than kind of like in a fun little way where like I want you to have challenging encounters. I want you to fight things that are slightly out of your challenge rating.
I can appreciate that.
But there's no like, oh, I want to stick it to you by, cleaving your character from your brain. It should be no punches will be pulled. If you're dead, you're dead. There's no, you do your third death saving throw, but you fight through it or whatever. You're just dead.
Yeah.
And certainly, I think that's just part of philosophy for the world, where everyone, NPCs, players, should all feel mortal as they are.
Tell you what, when I died in the last campaign, he has a preset eulogy written for everybody at all times.
Mhm.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there were
That's fantastic.
one of the first things I wrote for Fall of Cormyr, and this you can feel free to extrapolate this information as you see fit. Was I wrote people's eulogies and postmortems very early in the campaign, and I updated them as time went on.
That's fantastic.
Latros was the most upsetting god.
I thought that was really good. I thought that was a really good one.
Yeah. I thought Theseus's punch the hardest, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
That hit the guts.
I hated it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was horrible. It was that was a very emotional one to write. That was one of that was really hard to deliver. That sucked.
Well, that was fortunate because Taldrin and Theseus didn't die, so hey.
Yeah. Fulmari says they were all upsetting. I would tend to agree.
Yep.
That's true.
But no, Steph, I think that's an excellent question. Is this a campaign designed to kill you? Because sometimes campaigns are written that way, and this isn't really that.
Yeah, it's good to know because it's a good way to determine if you need to detach yourself from your character, if you're able to like fall in love with your character and playing them. The worst part is like having such a deep backstory, especially for me, for Z. Like when she died, it was because a party member of mine had certain feelings about like did not like me for one reason or another. Like they were just a lazy piece of shit, to be frank. And I just, we didn't get along very well because I'm not like that. And they purposely did not help my character at all. Like very purposefully did not save her because they don't like me. So yeah, that was a rough one. That was a real rough one.
It is challenging to separate your character not liking somebody from not liking somebody.
Realistically, that person should have not been in the campaign. There's like a lot of animosity around that particular person and not like contributing and stuff like that. So I'm not real sure why it all happened the way it did. But the fact of the matter was my character could have absolutely been saved very easily. And they just chose not to. And I rolled 2 ones. So
This campaign is reliant on underpinning from the players in the sense that if there were players that I think shouldn't be here or that weren't, participating or whatever, or if people were kind of in their own world, a campaign like this where it's a creative writing campaign wouldn't really work. It would fail to launch. So, I think that one of the reasons that we don't have weird player animosity or whatever, or people who aren't contributing or something like that, is that this group is very handpicked and everyone is playing, I think, to their full potential.
very good.
Last campaign, Latro played an asshole. He was abrasive. He was bossy.
That's
He-
not fair. That is not fair at all to say that.
And nobody was angry with him, is what I was going to say.
That's great.
Personally.
I mean,
Taldra was just misunderstood, okay?
he was boorish. He was aggressive.
it would be different if the person's character was like that, but it was very like a clear like jab at me to not do that. And then I brought it up the next session and they were like, whoa, it wasn't like that, blah, blah, blah. And they tried to make up excuses. I was like, it was like that. It's all right. It's like, I'm leaving. So I'm just letting everybody know after this, it's like, I'm done. The fact that you let your own personal feelings come into the campaign is, I'm out. See ya.
That does sound pretty lame.
But yeah, it was. It was.
It does.
I found Talton Taldred's eulogy.
Oh yeah, you gonna read it?
I just pasted it.
You can read it if you like. They were.
I don't want to read it.
Do you want me
Is this
to?
your
They
character?
were meant to be read.
This is Lasho's character. He was a battle priest.
Do you want me to read it?
Do it.
You find yourself riding a platform to the surface of an arena. With you is Joaquin. She is weeping, the horrible sound of a goddess broken with grief. The platform is hundreds of feet wide, and you feel small standing next to Joaquin's golden body, 8 feet tall. Her tears fall onto the dusty floor, coalescing and hardening into discs of pure, radiant gold. Through supports and trusses, you can see hints of the opponent's platform as it rises parallel to yours. You can see the winged silver helmet of Tyr. You see black venom dripping from Shar's stiletto. You see legions of deities and demigods, unspeakable, formless, infinite. The other platform is densely filled with wings, swords, formless appendages, ever howling maws. You can hear the horrible sound of battle drums from above, getting closer and closer. You find yourself as the platform stops at the top, and you cannot muster a breath to scream. Good night, Taldred.
Super brutal.
I thought you read that very well too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Gets conscripted into some eternal war. Fuck.
And he didn't even want to be a cleric. Yeah, it was kind of a shit end, or it would have been for him, yeah.
Sometimes I wonder how Michael would write like a lot of the visions that I have in my head about just random shit. Like I could write hundreds of stories, but I don't have the words to write them. I would love to like sit down with somebody and be like, "These are all my ideas. Please write them for me."
I just reread a lot. Everything starts as a terrible draft. Everything starts looking really rough around the edges. Everything starts pretty bad, and then after I've rewritten something 5, 6, 7 times or whatever, it starts to take form, and sometimes it ends up pretty good.
Yeah.
That's what Hemingway said.
I would say that everything that you've done so far has been spectacular, and
Thank you.
I think that participating in the campaign honestly is going to help me flavor my vocabulary enough that maybe I will be able to sit down and actually creatively write with verbiage that doesn't sound like a child.
I don't feel that way at all about anything you're writing. I think you sell yourself short.
Well, when you're writing a book though, you need to flavor it more. I feel like there have been things that I can write, you know what I mean? Like it's not that I can't, and it's just that I want to flavor it more, you know? It just feels unfinished. So like like using vocabulary that wouldn't be in like some high schooler's essay, you know what I mean?
But what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I think that
I don't know.
there's nothing like one of my struggles honestly is finding good, clean, economical language where often I have trouble writing things that are simple enough, and like often I have these awful run-on sentences. You can see it sometimes in my descriptions and stuff like that, where stuff is, I would say, I'll be very diplomatic to myself, where stuff is meandering. I think that's a very nice way of putting it. I think writing things simple, effective, clear is like one of the hardest things. That's something that I constantly struggle with.
The most well-known science fiction author of all time, Isaac Asimov, made it a point to explain things as clearly and as plainly as he could without complicated language because he thought it was a disservice if his readers didn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah.
It's a stylistic choice.
One of the items that there's a small group of people. Some of them are watching this right now, so thank you for one of those people. There's a small group of people that I workshop some stuff with, and if you look at the artifacts in Dawn Gleam Bazaar, the provincial guide, this is like one of my favorite things I've ever written. But I workshopped this with someone, and they warned me. They said, this is going to be largely impenetrable. No one's going to know what the hell you're talking about. You probably want to drawing board this if you want to stick with it. And I think they may have been right, but this is definitely an example, I think, of an item where there's a large stylistic choice, as Dave said, where there's definitely there's like a personal style to the stuff. You know what I mean? Like I feel like when you're playing in one of my stupid campaigns, you're not going to confuse it with your other friend's campaign or whatever. It's unique if nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely it. It definitely made it to the point where I'm just kind of like, do I even need like Monday D&Ds? Like, can I just play Fridays?
Love to hear it. I'm definitely, the goal here is the best D&D possible. So don't get me wrong, we're far from there, but I find us getting pretty close to some sublime D&D here.
Yeah, I think
I
you're
appreciate
pacing-
all the work you put into it. I think
Thank
do
you.
a really good job of improving.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Well, now probably feels like a pretty reasonable time to conclude things. Can I see everybody next week? Are we playing again next Friday?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, should be fine.
In 3 weeks, I'll be overseas
Got
Where are
it.
you going?
That lines up well.
to the Maldives.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm jealous.
You should be.
I am.
If you're out there,
All right. Good night, everybody.
Frample, good night. Anyone else watching?
See ya.
Catch y'all later.
Steph, good night. Bree, good night. Who else is in here? Anyone else in my chat here? I don't think so. Good night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. You guys are the best. I love D&D. I'm so happy to play this every week. Thank you for participating. The VOD will be up soon. Good night. You're the best.